Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
So nice to be back home in the Gateway City. And tonight, the St. Louis Cardinals play host to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Another all-important series inside the Central Division. Pittsburgh leading St. Louis by a game and a half. Cincinnati just 3 games back. The Cardinals open it up with a 9-game, 10-day homestand tonight. First of 3 against Pittsburgh, leading the NL Central. The Cardinals 17 games over 500 in the final month of the regular season since Busch Stadium 3 opened up. They hope that trend continues tonight against the Bucks. And welcome to Cardinals baseball. That's Rick Horton. I'm Dan McLaughlin. All 3 games of this very important series right here on Fox Sports Midwest. And Rick, here we are in September. Meaningful baseball. It's going to be fun.
Well, you're playing the team that you're chasing, so a big opportunity for the Cardinals in this homestand. They've played well at home all season long, and they really owe the Pirates. They've won just 6 of the 15 games that they played against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has pitched so well against St. Louis, and they've hit a lot of home runs against us as well, and we'll see if the Cardinals can buck that trend here in Game 1.
When we come back, we'll talk about the pitching matchups. It begins with A.J. Burnett tonight going for the Pirates. Joe Kelly for St. Louis. A look at the matchups next. One of this all-important weekend series, and the pitching is lined up for both sides. Should be very good. The matchups, the highest ERA of the 6 starters that we have this weekend, 3.22, and it begins tonight.
Well, the good news I can see from this is that Francisco Liriano is not one of the Pirates that we'll be facing. We flat out can't hit him, but the Pirates pitching has been very good against the Cardinals. St. Louis going with Kelly, Wainwright, and Waka in this series. very, very good pitching matchups here this weekend.
When we come back, we'll talk about some of the great finishes the Cardinals have had this year against Pittsburgh. Adrian Chambers a part of that. Also Matt Carpenter. That's next.
The fly ball that's lifted out to left for out number 2.
Oh, it's dropped. The tying run at second.
He walked him.
In steps Alan Craig. Craig, liner into right, face hit. And throw to the plate. We're tied.
1-0 pitch.
Pitch sharply towards short. Seth Matus, nicely done. Here's the ground ball. Steps on the bat. To first. Double play. Jay hits it sharply to short into center field. Gamer slaps it the other way. Here comes Jay. He is McCutchen, MVP candidate, hitting just .213 against St. Louis this year. Matt Carpenter, the Cardinal leadoff man. Last time the Pirates were at Busch, he went 8 for 15. It's Carpenter, McCutchen, the Cards, the Pirates. First place on the line this weekend. Brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Designate a driver. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer or log on to stlchevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake, just no equal. Back in a place where the Cardinals played very well here in this 2013 campaign. St. Louis at home, 41 wins, only 25 losses as we turn to Rick Horton's Toyota keys to the game.
Don't let Burnett settle in. And like most veteran pitchers, once he gets going and once he gets settled in, he's tough to beat. Very good once he gets 2 strike on hitters. He knows how to strike them out. And the Cardinals are going to need to handle Alvarez, which they've done very well this year, but also Russell Martin, which has not been so successful. 6 home runs against the Cardinals in 2013.
The Pirates have out-hit the Cardinals, those 18 home runs to just 3 for St. Louis. As we get a look at their lineup momentarily, but Jose Tabata leads it off, and then Neil Walker and Andrew McCutchen, Morneau, Bird, Alvarez, Martin, Barmes, and the pitcher A.J. Burnett helped his own cause in his previous start against St. Louis. Around the Horn is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. So the battery tonight, Kelly and Molina. And the first pitch is a strike, and we're underway. Mike Matheny trying to regroup after what certainly was a very tough road trip for the Cardinals.
Tough losses. The bats were not really working very well. Yadier Molina did get an off day yesterday, which I think might prove to be very important as the Cardinals have these 3 games against the Pirates. Joe Kelly has been terrific in the Cardinal rotation, 2.82 ERA. Our Kia stats on Mr. Kelly.
So 7-3 overall. And right now, he has had the best success of anyone in this rotation for St. Louis. You watch Joe Kelly pitch and you wonder, how is this guy getting it done? You look at him, you think dripping wet, he might be 180 pounds, and yet he is firing 96 to 98 out there.
Yeah, that's where it gets pretty amazing. You look at the gun, not only does he throw hard, but his changeup is a real plus pitch for him. Very few good swings against the good changeup of Joe Kelly. That last pitch at 97, it's really a swing and miss changeup. Has the same arm action as his fastball. He just is able to choke it enough with the circle change grip to take the speed off and get hitters off balance.
And that's hit out of play. He's pumping strikes here in this first at bat in the 5 pitches. That's good to see. At times that has been an issue trying to get deeper into games with Joe Kelly. Pitch counts usually are elevated by the 5th inning. Another 0-2. The breaking ball that time taken outside. 1-2 the count. Tabata has had very good numbers in his career at this ballpark. Some of the best in their lineup. And against St. Louis this year, a .400 average, 1 home run. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. That's how we start this series. A strikeout for Joe Kelly. Our difference maker tonight, presented by BJC. And it is Joe Kelly. Look at that illustrious list he's a part of. Minimum 8 starts since the All-Star break. It's Jose Fernandez, Clayton Kershaw. He'll pitch tomorrow, or rather this weekend against Cincinnati. Then Kelly. Greinke goes tomorrow. And Matt Latos will pitch in that series against Cincinnati as well. Pretty select group. Neil Walker hits it out to left center. And a sliding attempt by Holiday. Tried to sell it to the umpire. It was a trap and a 1-out base hit.
Matt was definitely selling, nobody buying, however, as he clearly trapped the ball. Good effort. Why not? Why not try to fool somebody? Mr. Lincoln said you can fool some of the people all the time. You just can't fool all the people all the time.
Here's Andrew McCutchen.
Or something like that.
I
wasn't there.
I got you. McCutchen, base hit into left. That's past Descalso. And it's runners at first and second. And only 1 out for Justin Morneau. Morneau in 4 games is 6 for 13 with a double and 3 walks wearing that Pittsburgh uniform.
Thought the Pirates really made a statement as an organization when they went out and got John Buck, Justin Morneau, Marlon Byrd. Veteran guys that were having good years RBI wise. Maybe not the best year of their career, although in Bird's case I would say he probably is.
And that's driven out to right center field. Jay on the move, makes the catch, and not tagging up Walker. And both runners stay put at first and second. Nice play by Jay. Got a very good jump on that ball. And it brings in the aforementioned Marlon Byrd.
Walker fooled by this ball off the bat as I was. I thought that ball was going to be in the gap at one point, but really by going halfway he's not doing anything. Either go or you don't go, and in that case probably a smarter move to tag up. But that ball just kind of died in right center field. We've seen the ball carry much more in Busch Stadium over the last few weeks as the humidity has become a factor.
Here is Marlon Byrd. Marlon Byrd in 8 games. .387 average with Pittsburgh. 1 home run, 8 RBIs picked up from the New York Mets. And he has turned into quite a story. Rebounded from a horrific eye injury, 50-game suspension. He signed for $700,000 to play for the Mets and was arguably one of their best players. Ground ball and backhanded by Freese off his glove, bases loaded, and watch out, it's Pedro Alvarez time. An error on David Freese.
Couldn't handle the backhand. First thought was to go step on third base, pick it up and go to third. Realized he didn't have time to do that, and Also not time to throw out Marlon Byrd, and this is a real test here in the first inning for Joe Kelly to try to overcome some negative things that have happened to you in this inning. Base hit, another hard hit ball, then an error. You come up with a pitch, there's still a 0 on the board. Kelly has, I would say, been very good, Dan, at pitching out of jams during this streak.
And think about how he's pitched after a loss, too. Another factor of his season thus far. Here's Pedro Alvarez. With the new additions in the lineup, Clint Hurdle telling us that he feels that he can afford to move Alvarez down in this lineup. And that's pretty good when you got a guy with 32 home runs, 86 RBIs, and he's batting 6th in your lineup. They've got some thunder now. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Alvarez, ground ball to the right side. Taken there by Carpenter. Joe Kelly pitches out of a first inning jam. Loaded. Alvarez grounds out to second. Cardinals coming up in the home half of the first. Matt Carpenter, John Jay, and Matt Holliday. Then Beltran, Molina, Adams, Freeze, Descalso, and Kelly. A look at the Pirates D with Tabata, McCutchen, and Bird in the outfield. Alvarez and Barmes on the left side. Walker and Morneau on the right side. Russell Martin is behind the plate. Dobbs, Tire, and Auto Center's defense and are around the horn. And here is A.J. Burnett.
Power curveball from Burnett. Still throws hard. The strikeouts, 172. Hasn't won a lot of games. Pitched in bad luck for Pittsburgh. But he's pitched well against the Cardinals, especially at PNC Park. But the Cardinals have not beat him yet. And he is making his 6th start of the year against St. Louis.
How about that? 6 starts. Very good numbers at home against St. Louis with a .86 ERA. However, here at Busch Stadium, that ERA is over 6. Mentioned it before, Matt Carpenter, the last series at Busch Stadium against these Pirates, he was 8 for 15, 3 doubles, a triple, and 3 runs scored. The Pirates, really more than any other team that we have seen this year, are incorporating the shifts and the data defensively, and at times it has paid dividends against St. Louis. And look at the little shift that they have here on Matt Carpenter.
Off the line at third is Alvarez. Outfield pretty normal depth, really just straight up, and they play him fairly shallow too. We've seen some teams lately, especially the Cincinnati Reds, that will bunch in the gaps. The Pirates not really doing that quite so much, but the Reds really were taking away the left center field and right center field gap against Carpenter.
2 balls and 1 strike. A.J. Burnett, Arkansas native, started his career with the Marlins. Pitched a no-hitter for them. Spent time with Toronto, the Yankees, And now the Pirates. Pirates picked up nearly $13 million left on his deal. Give these Pirates and their front office credit, spending money, adding payroll, and it began with guys like AJ Burnett a year ago.
Not just spending money, but spending it wisely.
Here's a 3-1 pitch to Matt Carpenter. It's another walk for Matt Carpenter. That's how we start the game offensively for St. Louis. So A.J. Burnett at home, 2-0. On the road against St. Louis, 1-0. But the high ERA, the Cardinals at home hitting above 300 against him. John Jay just walked out to 6 is a serious number. The intro song has happened. It's John Jay. Mobile on the run. We've been talking about this all season. It's finally happened.
I feel like I just missed Hallie's comment.
What a moment here at the ballpark.
And I missed it, Dan. Fortunately, I have TiVo'd the game, and I'll get a chance to watch it later.
Perfect. 1-0 the count on the Cardinals center fielder, who's in the second spot in the lineup. No Alan Craig. Which could be a huge loss for the Cardinals. We're just not sure how long that will be. And neither is he.
Rough road trip for John Jay. Really struggled at the plate, especially in Cincinnati. A lot of strikeouts. He is a streaky hitter, and what we've seen from John Jay in the past too is he can turn on a dime. He can be, I mean, really bad for a couple of days. 0 for his last 13. There's the 5 strikeouts, and then all of a sudden he has a 4-for-4 night. I would not put that past him here tonight.
So Matt Carpenter pick up a stolen base against Cincinnati. Russell Martin has done a very good job controlling the running game this year for Pittsburgh. That was an issue for them the last couple of years. Offensively, he's been remarkable against the Cardinals.
You know, they've gone with the catcher that could hit, and they didn't really care too much about his catching, and I think ultimately that doesn't work on a winning team.
The 2-1 pitch is slapped foul. Nice crowd on hand. Expecting 40,000 here tonight. A huge crowd expected for the Willie McGee giveaway tomorrow. So get here early. And then the pennant giveaway on Sunday. Well, the crowds in Cincinnati, that was really disappointing.
Very much so. Many of the folks at the ballpark were almost embarrassed by it.
The 2-2 pitch on its way. And Jay hits a ground ball. Base hit in the right. Carpenter on his way to third. John Jay with that base hit. Runners at first and third. Nobody out for the Cardinals here in the first.
Almost an identical hit for John Jay that he had against the Pirates in a game that the Cardinals came back to win with Matt Holliday. Base hit up the middle to win it, and it was a very similar kind of hit. Just kind of rolling the ball to the right side of the infield and sending Carpenter to third. And what happened on that particular night is Matt Holliday hit a bullet up the middle. Cardinals won.
Runners at the corners for Holliday. Average at .284. 18 home runs, 75 driven in. Outfield straightaway and very, very deep. Cardinals would have to strike early in this game against A.J. Burnett, and certainly do that here in the first inning, at least 1 run.
Take advantage of the opportunity. Game I'm talking about, Dan, was on the 15th of August, and they did it in the 12th inning, and Matt Carpenter walked in that game as well.
Good off-speed pitch, breaking ball. That's how Cincinnati really approached pitching to Matt Holliday in that series, Rick. A lot of hard stuff in, and he was chasing that breaking ball away.
You need the Cardinals middle of their lineup to pick up some of the slack with Alan Craig out, but you don't want them to become so over anxious and try to do too much that they expand their zone the way Holliday just did. Let it come to you.
Set up outside and an 0-2 pitch. Holliday strikes out. The first strikeout for Burnett.
Burnett definitely knows how to put hitters away. Good hands by Russell Martin. I don't know how he hung on to that one. Just hit the, looked like the corner of his glove, and he somehow squeezed it.
Now the switch hitting Carlos Beltran on the year at 306. 23 home runs. He's driven in 72. McCutchen really deep out in center field. One thing that we've noticed, Rick, is that the defense of the Pirates is definitely improved from the last couple of years, and they have got tremendous speed, especially when you start talking about Andrew McCutchen.
Pirates make more errors than the Cardinals do, but they get to more baseballs than the Cardinals do. The defense really is a weapon. McCutchen in center probably has much range as any center fielder that we see. Barmas, slick fielder at shortstop.
You've got Marte, who's on his way back, still nursing a sore wrist. Tremendous speed, leads their team in steals.
We've seen some good plays by the second baseman Neil Walker in the series with St. Louis. And as you mentioned a couple of times, Dan, Pedro Alvarez has a lot of errors, but he also has pretty good hands. Makes some good plays for them on the left side of the infield.
Here's an 0-2 pitch to Carlos Beltran. Runner goes from first to throw down to second, and it's a stolen base for John Jay. I don't know about you, but I'd love to see more of that. Now the Cardinals are a team that's not built with speed, but Jay is a guy that can swipe a bag or two.
And a good time for it. Carlos Beltran bounced into 2 double plays.
Exactly.
Final game against Cincinnati. Want to stay out of that.
Only the third time, Rick, he's ever done that in his career. 2 double plays that he hit into. 1-2 pitch. Beltran rips it into center. McCutchen. Oh, it goes right by him. 2 runs will score. Beltran on his way to second base. And with that, a 2-run St. Louis lead here in the first inning.
Let's talk some more about the outstanding Pittsburgh Pirate defense.
Part of it, though, look how deep he has been playing, though. If he's in a step or two, he makes the catch on this.
Well, he's caught in between, too. He's thinking at the beginning that he might come in and try to make a shoestring catch, and then he kind of got too close to the ball, and then he was really in trouble. It's like an infielder picking the wrong hop, and he just was unsure how he wanted to play that. Wasn't sure if the ball would carry to him or not. They should score that a single and an error.
And now it's Yadier Molina. Last 11 games, no extra base hits for Yadi, and hitting just 171. Big gap in left center, 1-0 pitch. So it's ruled a base hit, E8 on McCutchen, and 1 RBI for Carlos Beltran. He's now up to 73.
I think that's the right call there. I do not think that John Jay would have tried to score had that ball not gotten past McCutchen. He was frozen a bit himself, trying to figure out whether or not that ball might carry to McCutchen.
And that's how you figure out on a play like that whether or not he scores, up to the discretion of the man upstairs that's keeping the official book. 1 run certainly would have scored. as Yadi's tardy with that swing.
Yadi has not hit A.J. Burnett very well. 4 for 23 in his career, but certainly has big numbers with runners in scoring position.
Molina chops one towards third. Barmes makes the play over to Justin Morneau. Beltran at third base, and it brings in Matt Adams. Matt Adams gets a nice round of applause as these fans recognize his heroics from 2 nights ago. Amazing, huh? First time in baseball history a player's had a home run in the 14th and then another in the 16th. In his earlier days, I think we would have seen Carlos Beltran at third base on the misplay by McCutchen. However, they're trying to make sure he stays in that lineup, plays every day, winds up at second base, and a chance to make it at least 3-0 here for Matt Adams. Maybe 4 with a big fly.
Carlos has had some lower back issues last week or so. Had to sit out a game. In fact, I was surprised he played all 16 innings of the game that Matt Adams starred in after that off day.
Two outs. Runner at third. 2 balls and no strikes on Adams. Good rip.
Clearly some opportunities for Cardinal bench players, for Cardinal role players, and one of my favorite baseball sayings ever, because I just think it's so true. The great baseball philosopher Tony La Russa would love to say, you either do or you don't. And you could talk about, you know, your training for it, your opportunity for it, the time of the year, blah blah. Either do or you don't. And the Cardinals have guys that have opportunities to do, and you don't need to make excuses. You don't need to talk about old numbers or future or haven't had a chance to play in a week. I mean, throw that out the window and you either do or you don't.
The 2-2 pitch to Adams. A swing and a miss, a strikeout. Martin. 2 more no. Second strikeout for A.J. Burnett. The single by Carlos Beltran that scores 2. Matt Carpenter now with 107 runs scored. Jay would follow. 2-0 St. Louis. Top of the second, check in with Jim Hayes for the first time tonight. Big story here at the ballpark, Jim. Alan Craig, what's his status?
Yeah, obviously that sprained foot is very sore. Alan said it's also very swollen. He says the doctors that have been looking at it are optimistic that he'll be able to return at some point. There's just no timetable right now. So for now, it's ice and a walking boot. He'll be reevaluated early next week. When the swelling goes down, Dan, they'll have a better idea as to what's going on with the foot.
Did he talk about the actual, and this is Russell Martin, did he talk at all, Jim, about the actual play and why it happened? Was he trying to avoid Laz Diaz, or was just another one of those freak injuries?
No, it was a freak injury. He said the umpire had nothing to do with it. He was just looking to see if he could advance and stepped wrong, and he said he just felt pain, and he said it was bizarre because he had never felt anything like that. Obviously a lot of pain.
Russell Martin with a base hit to start things here in the second inning. Couple more things before we let you go here, Jim. Jake Westbrook, his return is imminent, and where does it stand right now?
Jake Westbrook off the DL, and he is in the bullpen for the time being. Jake had a back issue. He says that's behind him. He's ready to pitch. John Mozeliak said there is a possibility that at some point this month Jake could get a start. They're just going to watch and see how he progresses.
And a lot of fans curious about Lance Lynn, and Lynn has been struggling. Has there been some talk about maybe the bullpen or another start for Lance?
Lance will make his next start, scheduled to be on Wednesday. John Mozeliak said they know that Lance is a really good pitcher, but as you referenced, he is struggling right now. So they're going to give him one more chance to try to straighten it out, and then they're going to have to make a decision on Lance.
All right, good stuff as always, Jim. We appreciate it. Clint Barmas is at the plate. A runner at first is Russell Martin. Keep an eye on him. He's a guy that will surprise you and steal a bag. That's a foul ball. 0-2 on Barmas, who's hitting just .219, and his split time with Jordy Mercer at shortstop. But as you noted earlier, Rick, very much a slick fielder out there with the glove.
He's got a good year defensively. Not so much with the bat. 4 home runs, just 19 RBIs, but he's on a winning team. Catch the ball in the middle of the field on a winning team, you have value.
That'll find the seats out of play, and also with this lineup now and the depth that they have, you can hide a guy like Clint Barmas.
You can't have 8 of them in your lineup, but you might be able to have one. And I still have this feeling, though, when Clint Hurdle decides not to put Jordy Mercer in the lineup, I'm still pretty happy about it, though, because Mercer has some pretty good at bats, has a little more pop. We've seen it. Again, maybe not the fielder yet that Barmas is, but that shows the manager's mindset. You know, do you want the guy that's going to drive the ball, or do you want the guy that's going to catch the ball? And you'd like both, obviously, but defense matters.
1 ball and 2 strikes. McCutchen, by the way, that error leads all MLB center fielders. His 6th of the season. 1-2 pitch. And a fly ball lifted into center. Jay is there. Under it. Makes the catch. Back to the bag at first goes Russell Martin.
18 out of 22 pitches have been in the strike zone for Joe Kelly.
How about that? We talked about it during the break. He is pumping strikes tonight.
Well, that's the difference in talking about Lance Lynn, and Jim mentioned that he's going to get another start, but certainly John Mozeliak was kind of throwing it out there that, you know, you can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results forever. There'll be a time where you got to maybe try something different, but he's going to certainly get his next start. But when you've got a pitcher that has command of his fastball, you've really got something. That's what Joe Kelly is, and Lance Lynn has had that before. He just hasn't had it lately.
And last year, Lynn was getting back in the rotation at about this time after being removed. The ups and downs with young players, and in particular young pitchers. Mentally, what's happening right now with him. As Burnett gets the bunt down, Kelly, though, fires to second, and they'll get the lead man. What a play out there at second base by Descalso.
The bunt was a little hard by A.J. Burnett, and Joe Kelly almost made a big mistake. Came sidearm with that throw. It sails on Descalzo, who had to switch feet to make sure he had a foot on the base after he caught the baseball, and the umpire, Manny Gonzalez, right on top of it.
Rick, from your perspective, is that the call of Yadier Molina? Because he can see the runner. He can see Kelly coming in. Is he the one saying, without hesitation, go to second base?
He's going to be influencing that, and he should be yelling 2-2-2. But the pitcher has the right to overturn that if he doesn't get the right grip or doesn't feel like he has the right turn. In my mind, the pitcher always should be thinking 2. I mean, you think 2 and then adjust and get 1. We've seen pitchers recently do that, where you get your feet set to go to second base and then last second think, maybe not, and then you get the sure out. But if you don't think second base, you never get second base, and that's a huge difference when you can get the lead runner.
And a base hit into right. Tabata.
And it's a run difference right now.
You bet. Pirates leadoff man is 1 for 2 on the night, and it brings in Neil Walker. Walker, a base hit into left, a sliding attempt by Holiday on the catch, came up just a bit short. He's 1 for 1. And if there's anybody that understands the frustrations, the fan base, front office, the players, it's the guy at the plate, a Pittsburgh native, Neil Walker.
He's lived through a lot of it as a fan, growing up in Pittsburgh, now as a participant. And I would say that, that 81st win for the Pirates probably had more significance to him than we really know.
Well, if you want to feel really old, are you ready?
Hey, I don't need any help, but go ahead.
Michael Wacha and Carlos Martinez were 1 when the Pirates last had a winning season.
They were 1.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what you just said.
Yes, sir. 1 year of age.
All right, you accomplished your goal. I feel old, and I'm probably not alone.
And when you were pitching, Rick, I was just a kid. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know that's not true.
1-2 the count on Neil Walker with 2 runners on. Kansas City Royals next on the major league list as far as the longest active streak of losing seasons. Minnesota Timberwolves, the Buffalo Bills, and the Oilers.
And the Royals trying to change that this year. They're 6 games over 500 right now.
And then the next team in Major League Baseball would be the Mets. 2-2. Clint Hurdle was saying that Roberto Clemente's children were visiting with him prior to the season, and they said, you can't get to 21. You just can't. 21 seasons,
yeah.
And Clemente's number 21, and he heard from the family the other night. A 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. A strikeout for Kelly on the breaking ball. His second of the night. First 2 innings, the Pirates have stranded 5. presented by Creve Court Camera. You'll be on the field taking pictures of the players, Mike Matheny, the coaching staff, even Fredberg. Creve Court Camera Photo Day, and that is a week from tomorrow. The teams head-to-head. The Pirates with the 18 home runs to just 3 of St. Louis. That really stands out more so than anything else for me.
It sure does. The Pirates don't give up very many home runs as a staff, and they're one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball. 3.20 ERA, second in the National League. But the Cardinals don't normally give up a lot of home runs either. They just have against the Pirates in this series.
They have a poll here at the ballpark. Which of the Pirates Hall of Famers would you like to see play right now? Clemente, Stargell, Mazeroski. And Clemente is near 90%. You know, I've had a chance to see all the video on him. I've gone to the site in Pittsburgh in which you can see a number of the great memorabilia from Roberto Clemente and some of that footage that you rarely have ever seen. His hose from right field is unbelievable. I mean, you talk about an arm. My goodness.
I saw Clemente play as a kid at Shea Stadium, and I'm glad I had a chance to do that. I didn't know Mazeroski was a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised. I know he had a big moment.
Walk-off home run to win a World Series.
Good for him.
Not bad.
I didn't vote against him. I just didn't know he was one.
Yeah. Here's David Freese. Freese, Descalso, and Kelly. On the outside corner.
There's a Clemente sign as you walk towards the clubhouse in Pittsburgh that the players walk by every day. Quotes from Clemente that when I wear a major league uniform, I'm the proudest person on the face of the earth. And that I actually have a photo of it in my iPhone because I took just kind of a moving tribute really to Clemente, and his presence is clearly there at PNC Park. There's the Clemente Bridge, and there's the statue, and there's a 21-foot wall down the right field line. I mean, he is certainly not forgotten there in Pittsburgh.
Count is even here on David Freese. Home run last night. Just as there's a Jackie Robinson Day around Major League Baseball, there's some that believe there should be a Clemente Day as well. And there's a strikeout on the outside corner. So tough start to the night for Freese with an error now caught looking. Third strikeout for A.J. Burnett. Plaza Tire Service replay.
Very tight curveball. Again, that's A.J. Burnett knowing how to put a hitter away. Just better off for most hitters jumping on that first fastball you can see in the middle of the plate. And he may not give you one of those, but hitting the fastball I think is a better option.
Strike one on Daniel Descalso. And the Cardinals shortstop is checking in with a .236 average, 5 home runs. He's driven in 34. Ballpark is really filled up on this Friday night. And you mentioned how some in Cincinnati use the term embarrassed by those home crowds, and I don't think we had one after the holiday that was above 23,000.
Got to be deflating for the Reds.
One and two.
Veterans Committee, by the way, put Bill Mazeroski in the Hall of Fame in 2001, which you were all over. You remember?
I did know it was in the 2000s. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Descalso a ground ball. Walker backhands it, and he makes the play.
10-time National League All-Star was moved to second base by Branch Rickey.
The connection to Neil Walker and Roberto Clemente is chilling. Neil Walker's father, former major leaguer, was to be on the trip in which Clemente's plane went down, and then eventually he passed away. It's Tom Walker, and it was Roberto that said to Tom Walker, don't do it, don't come on this plane, take care of business at home. And Neil Walker has said, without Roberto Clemente, I wouldn't be here, literally.
How about that? I believe that Al Roboski and Tom Walker were teammates at one point.
They were. Neil Walker, also a former catcher, third baseman, now second baseman. They found a home for him. Here's an 0-1 pitch to Kelly. Kelly lines to Walker. And the Cardinals go 1-2-3. McCutchen, Morneau, Bird, the heart of the order for the Pirates, due up. Roberto Clemente. Pittsburgh Pirates made his debut in 1955, and look at this arm that he possessed. Just a cannon from right field. Four-time batting champ. Played the 71 World Series, and the plane crash was in 1972. He was off to Nicaragua to deliver goods to the less fortunate and those that have been suffering after the tragedies there. What a player. Some Pirates fans made their way to St. Louis. Don't see that very often. Andrew McCutchen, Justin Morneau, and Marlon Byrd. McCutchen with a base hit to left. His first time up. Came in to this ball game hitting just .213 this season against St. Louis. And you may remember a few years ago he hit close to 400 against the Cardinals. Every year he has hit at least 300 against St. Louis. Two 2-0 the count. McCutchen and Alvarez under control this season. Only 2 home runs for Pedro, and that's keeping him in the ballpark for the most part.
Well, I think that's the Cardinals making an adjustment to how they pitch him. What's the book on him? They threw the old book away, created a new book. And frankly, it's often just executing the pitch too. It's not just the plan, it's the execution.
Here's a 3-0. McCutchen looks at a strike. Pedro Alvarez just put up monster numbers last year against St. Louis.
But that would be the perfect example as we did those games, Dan. You'd watch the pitches not hit the spot against Alvarez. They would leave one right over the plate. They'd try to go inside. It'd be right down central. And, you know, the guy has too much power, too much ability. You keep making mistakes to him, and he's going to keep doing the same thing. And that's where the execution matters.
A leadoff walk by Kelly.
McCutchen has 27 steals this year. He's been caught 9 times. And here's Justin Morneau. They may have picked him up at the perfect time. In the month of August, he had 9 home runs for Minnesota. And scouts said there's a little life in that bat. Ball is starting to jump off the bat. And his first time up. Good play by Jay to take a hit away in right center. Former MVP in 2006. And playing in his 5th game with Pittsburgh. Here's that good changeup.
Perfectly placed. Sold it with the arm action. Morneau, by the way, is only 31 years of age. Been around a long time.
12 major league seasons, 11 or 12 with Minnesota.
Came up so young.
And this could be 2. Taken by Descalso. Steps on the bag. It's a double play. 6-3 on the double play.
Pattern continues of Joe Kelly making a pitch when he needs it. This pitch produces 2 outs. And a little collision at the end.
Here's Marlon Byrd. Morneau, what's really curtailed him was the fact that he's been dealing with post-concussion syndrome, and it was a play like that that you just saw with McCutchen and Descalso. He was sliding and looked like an innocent, harmless play and breaking up a double play. Suffered a concussion, and it's taken him a long time to get back.
He's actually turned 32 during the season, but still perhaps plenty of career ahead of him. He hit just 267 a year ago, but still had 19 homers and 77 RBIs, and really the 2011 season really a waste for him. But he had 3 seasons of more than 30 home runs. So we may see a lot more of this guy.
And a ground ball that's pulled foul.
When you make a deal for a player late in the season, it doesn't just help you for that season. If you're able to kind of keep him signed, keep him happy. Think about Edward Mujica. He's a guy that came over here to help this team a year ago, but he's helped this team beyond that by being thrust into the closer's role.
That's been the pattern with John Mozeliak for the most part.
I think so.
You know, to get a player that they can have control of beyond the year that they pick him up. Jay. The fly ball off the end of the bat of Marlon Byrd. And Joe Kelly pitching around trouble here tonight. 2-0. you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer. Beautiful night here in the Gateway City. That little guy, he's into it, having some fun. The Cardinals lead it by the score of 2-0 as we move to the home half of the third. And Matt Carpenter will lead things off. Carpenter, Jay, and Holiday. Matt Carpenter back in the first, Rick. He scores another run. He's now at 107. He picks up his 58th walk. That leads the club. He's leading in almost every category offensively.
Hits, doubles. Hits very well here at home. He hits well in day games. I mean, really, you name it. And he's starting to pick up some numbers that are really historic for second baseman. He had his 46th double in Cincinnati to Ty Rogers Hornsby's and a couple of others with the most doubles in the history of the Cardinal organization for second baseman. That's a pretty
Amazing.
big deal.
Yep.
So it was Hornsby and Frankie Frisch. I mean, that's some historic names you're talking about.
And to think that we started spring training wondering if he could play second base and be an everyday player. Carpenter just doing what Matt Carpenter does. It's another double at least. On his way to second. Why not try for third? On his way. The throw not in time. It's a triple for the Cardinal leadoff man.
Carpenter has now tripled in back-to-back games.
Snuck into the corner and really turned out to be a difficult play for the right fielder Marlon Byrd.
And oh, by the way, he leads the team in that category too. 7 triples for Carpenter. Good instinct on the base paths. Just an instant rally, isn't he?
Unbelievable. What a year. Now it's John Jay. Singled first time up. The infield is in for Jay.
He's also leading the team in most hours at the ballpark.
I wondered if that would catch up with him. Clearly it hasn't.
I had the same concern. And I don't think we're the only ones.
1-0 pitch. Jay hits it out of play. Most recent trip to Milwaukee, I was at breakfast and Carpenter and Holiday were there. So we're talking about, let's say 10:30 in the morning, 11 o'clock, something like that. So we're creatures of habit. On the road, we're going to sleep in, especially if you have 4 little ones at home. I know a guy that has that.
Think of people saying you had breakfast at 10:30.
Right.
Nice job you guys had.
Thanks. That misses in. And Holiday said to Carpenter, we're all sitting there, and he said, you are not going to the ballpark. You are not allowed to go to the ballpark yet. And Matt Carpenter said, I promise I'm not. He says, you're not allowed to go. Get back in your room or go walk the city or do something, but do not go to the ballpark. And those two have been inseparable. I know Carpenter has great respect for Holiday. And vice versa. Jay hits it in the air. Shallow, slicing towards the crowd and out of play. I think the point that we're talking about, Rick, is that it's such a long season and mentally such a grind and physically clearly a grind. You just don't want to wear yourself out.
Yeah, there are times where no matter what your job is, there are times you just have to go home because you're worn out. And same is true in baseball. You're just thinking about it all day long. You're at the ballpark for 8 or 9 hours. I mean, I'm not sure you have to be there that long every day, but it's kind of in his DNA to do it.
Tapped foul. Well, you've heard of a gym rat. He is a baseball rat. Spring training, he'd be at the ballpark. He and Yachty would be there 5:30, 6 a.m. every day.
I learned that from Jim Kahn. to get to the ballpark early. One spring training. We lived near each other in spring training, and I said I didn't have a car. I said I'd like to get a ride to the park, and he said, well, I'll pick you up 5:15. And ouch, I wasn't going to argue with Jim Cott. No. So he picked me up, and we'd get there and be me, him, and Dave Ricketts.
The 3-2 is a fly ball into left. That ball will get down. 3-0 Cardinals. Jay on his way to second base. Carpenter scoring again. His second run of the night. 3-0 Cardinals. Jay is 2 for 2.
Example of exactly what we were talking about with John Jay. Big offer, but yet he could turn it around in a hurry, and he's done it here tonight in game 1 against the Pirates. Hands inside the ball. That's a tough pitch to square up. That was on the inner half. He kept his hands inside the ball, still put the good part of the bat on it, and drove it in the left center.
Well, you're right. He is as streaky as they come. Here's Holliday, struck out on a breaking ball with runners at the corners back in the first inning. Jay, the runner at second. This time he doesn't chase. Good play by Martin to keep it in front. You can see Barmes, the shortstop, really trying to keep Jay close at the bag. So between Alvarez and Barmes, there's a big hole there at shortstop. One-0 pitch to Holliday. Inside. Beltran on deck. 2-0. So his career here, whether it's been with the Marlins or now with Pittsburgh, 1-1 with an ERA of 13. Good rip on that 2-0 pitch.
That's the best balance we've seen on a Matt Holliday swing so far. How about the pitch location? Center cut.
More times than not, Matt Holliday puts that in the seats.
Down maybe just a little bit. Would have been right in his wheelhouse.
Right-handed low ball hitter. Way to describe Holliday. 2-1 pitch. That had a little extra on it. 2-2.
You would also describe him in some ways because he doesn't like to be considered a power hitter, but he would be, I guess, a non-power hitter with extraordinary power. Really thinks about using all fields. Kind of a gap hitter for the most part, more of an average guy, but boy, can he hit the ball a long way.
A 2-2 pitch. Take me inside both these players, Rick, what they're doing here on this 3-2 pitch. We'll start with Burnett.
Well, Burnett's thinking Holliday's dangerous. Beltran's on deck. Could set up a double play. Don't want to throw the ball right down central to him. I want to get him to chase. I'm guessing he'll throw him a breaking pitch, try to tease him, get him to swing off the plate. Holliday aware of that same situation, but he's going to be aggressive on a ball in the zone, but he's telling himself, don't expand the zone too much.
Protected that time,
and it was a fastball. But Burnett was trying to hit the down and away corner, and you could see Russell Martin setting up almost off the plate, so they weren't giving in to Matt Holliday. I mean, there are times you give in, and there's certain hitters you'll give in to, but I don't think Holliday's one of them. You try to make a pitch that's your pitch, and if you walk him, you walk him.
Foul ball almost got Matt Carpenter and Chris Carpenter down in the dugout. 3-2 base hit. It stays fair off the sidewall. Holliday digging for 2. He's in there safely as the ball scoots away. He drives in John Jay. Lead is up to 4 early on here in game 1.
So Holiday does get a pitch he can handle. This one comes back over the plate. Holiday stays on top of it, takes it the other way. 3 extra base hits in the inning. And finally, the Cardinals starting to say hello to Jose Oquendo a little more. I think he's been getting lonely down there as the third base coach for St. Louis.
Boy, it's nice to be back home, isn't it?
It sure is. Woo. And it's nice to see, I mean, if you want to say it this way, nice to see our Cardinals here tonight.
This is the team we've grown accustomed to watching for the better part of 5+ months.
Agreed.
Well, began with, in this inning, Matt Carpenter, the first Cardinals leadoff hitter with triples in consecutive games since Fernando Vina did it back in 2002. John Jay, left center with a double to bring him in. Holiday changing spots with Jay, a double. And here is Carlos Beltran. Laced a single up the middle, first time up for an RBI base hit. How about that? In the right center. It's another extra base hit. Beltran on his way to second. Holiday scores. 5-0 Cardinals. That baseball said, hit me.
And he did. One way to deal with Burnett. Don't let him get in ahead of the count, so you just hop on that first pitch. That's what Beltran did. And he drove it into the right center field gap. That was a missile.
Oh, man. Beltran thought about third, stays put, and now it's Yachty. 4 consecutive extra base hits. Molina slicing one just foul down the right field line, and
almost 5.
A right-hander just began to start to throw in the bullpen for the Pirates.
Thought comes to my mind here about the work that Joe Kelly has done so far as we look at Jarrett Hughes, one of 11 pitchers that Clint Hurdle has phone numbers for. You can call him out there in the bullpen. But Joe Kelly getting out of jams, think about the synergistic nature of the game of baseball. He gets out of the jams and the Cardinals offensively respond.
The first inning, you're talking about a golden opportunity to set the tone in the game, maybe the series, with the bases loaded. And Pedro Alvarez at the plate gets a ground ball to get out of it.
So he hits a gapper. Does that change the mood and the results of the Cardinals offense? Does that change the mood of the starting pitcher, A.J. Burnett, who maybe has some runs to work with? Instead of being 7 and 9 and saying, here we go again, my offense never scores for me. Now, he would not say that, but he would feel it.
1 ball, 1 strike. Molina grounded out to short. Rounds back to Burnett, and he may be hurt. That got him on the pitching hand, I believe. Advancing on the play, Beltran from second to third. The medical team has not come out of the dugout just yet. Why not?
They will.
We saw that last night with Aroldis Chapman at the end of the game. It took him a while to get out there, and it was actually Laz Diaz, the home plate umpire, that motioned to the bench of the Cincinnati Reds to come out and check on him. Let's take a look here at the comebacker off the bat of Yadier Molina.
Well, what's often tough from the bench is you're not exactly sure where that hits. And does it hit his hand? Does it hit his glove? He shakes that right hand, so you know the hand was involved in it. And in the case with Chapman in that final game at Cincinnati, the ball was kind of a soft liner, but it was still a line drive up the middle, and it really hit him in the thigh, and then kind of hit him in other places too, but hit him in the thigh first. And you know, you want to rely on the pitcher being smart enough to tell you he needs help, but on the other hand, pitchers, players in general, aren't geared to ask for help.
Infield drawn in for Matt Adams. What a great opportunity here. Tons of room on the left side of the infield. Outfield is deep. And Adams chops one foul. So as Jim said in his report, we're not sure when Alan Craig will be back, so that means plenty of opportunities night after night, you would think, for Matt Adams. Oh-2 pitch to Adams. Swung on and missed. And the big man is 0 for 2 with a pair of Ks. Fox College Saturday returns tomorrow on Fox Sports 1. 13th ranked Oklahoma State battles Texas San Antonio. Louisiana Lafayette taking on K-State. West Virginia and 16th ranked Oklahoma on Fox. That should be a very good game. Nightcap, Washington State and number 25 USC. Fox Sports is your home for college football all season long. Here's Freese, who struck out looking at a curveball first time up, and he stays away from that pitch for ball one.
Funny the associations that you have when you start talking about football, whether it's the NFL starting and college football games right around the corner and all the fun we have with that. But the tie for me is fall baseball too.
That's it for me. We read those promos and you know that the season is coming to a close
and important games are ahead.
You got it. We were talking before the game. The Cardinals in 2011 went on the ridiculous run. 2006 kind of backed in the playoffs, and many of the years that they've had seasons in which they've gotten into postseason play in recent memory, they have been up in the division, sometimes double figures in games. As Freese pulls it foul, so this is a true pennant race that the Cardinals are in right now with two other teams.
It's been a fun race too, and again we liken the baseball season to a marathon, and all players feel that way, and coaches and managers. It's a long season for them, a lot of games, and the marathon that we're watching this year have had three runners basically running together for 6 months. I mean, there has not been a lot of separation between the leader and second and third, so it's been really a fun thing to follow.
Chop towards third. Alvarez steps, throws, and he makes the play. 3-run score here in the bottom of the third. It adds up to a 5-run lead for the Redbirds. "11 years. And you can keep up with the pennant races and catch the rest of this 2013 season in HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 350 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.tv today. Pedro Alvarez leads it off against Joe Kelly. The Cardinals have a 5-run lead. Alvarez, Martin, and Barmes. And again, the importance of this game. Pittsburgh coming into play, leading St. Louis by a game and a half. In the NL Central Division, Cincinnati is 3 games back at the start of play, and they're in the bottom of the 7th. The Reds have a lead over the Dodgers 3-2. That's Capuano made the start for Los Angeles. And Cincinnati this weekend will face Greinke and Kershaw back-to-back games. Two balls and 1 strike. Alvarez with the bases loaded back in the first. It could be one of the bigger moments of this game, as you pointed out. Bases loaded. Their big slugger at the plate, grounded out to second. Grounds back to Kelly for the first out here in the 4th.
Well, you either do or you don't. And so far, Joe Kelly's done it. He's had situations where the Pirates can get to him, but he has made the pitch that was necessary. And all you see is zeros on the board, and we're getting used to seeing that from Joe Kelly. We're also getting used to seeing run production and run support for Joe Kelly when he pitches.
How about the top of the lineup tonight for the Cardinals? Carpenter, Jay, Holiday, Beltran. They've come to the plate 8 times, and 7 of the 8 they've been on base. One final already in. Phillies over Atlanta 2-1 in the night games. Chicago defeated Kyle Loesch and Milwaukee earlier today 8-5. One ball, 2 strikes on Russell Martin.
You made the comment, Dan, that it's nice to be home. The Cardinals, the Pirates, and the Reds all play much better at home. All 3 teams a little over, a little under 500 on the road, but good home teams. And the Cardinals have a number of games left at home. So schedule-wise, when the Pirates leave town here, the Cardinals' schedule gets easier. They're still big league teams. You still have to beat them. But things are setting up well for St. Louis. You'd love to see him win 2 out of 3 here in this series against the Pirates, win the series. I know Mike Matheny doesn't like to use that phrase. He likes to take it one day at a time, which of course you should do. But as fans, I think we would be happy with 2 out of 3 against the Pirates.
Cardinals with the remaining road games 7, the total, 4 in Colorado and 3 with Milwaukee. The rest right here at Busch Stadium. St. Louis is done with Cincinnati. The Pirates cannot lay claim to that. Those 2 teams will battle it out in the final week.
I want to credit Mike Matheny a bit on that comment about staying just one day at a time. There are people that make that statement. In fact, probably Ty Cobb probably said that. I mean, that saying's been around forever. Baseball players, one at a time. You could say that, but I think Mike Matheny lives there, and he gets his players to live there. It's like the player that says, I never read the paper, I don't know what people are saying about me, yet they know everything that was said about him. I mean, it's one thing to say it, but to actually live it. And I think Mike lives that philosophy, and his players have responded to that.
Second walk issued by Kelly. The Twitter poll: who will win the NL Central? Pretty simple question here. Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Cincinnati. The AT&T Twitter poll.
Simple question, simple answer.
Well, we are on the Cardinals telecast, so let's hope that the Cardinals would win that Twitter poll. Cardinals have turned a double play tonight.
Could this be the first unanimous?
It may be. Although with MLB.TV, we're being seen everywhere. And that means there are Pirate fans that are tuned in somewhere.
Can't we block them?
Try.
We're glad you're with us, but we want to block you.
Sounds familiar with another thing that you deal with. Twitter.
Used to deal with.
Oh.
I'm on a recess.
Not officially retired.
No, I'm on a Sugar Ray Leonard retirement. Might do it a few times.
Every boxer. Right. 1 ball, 1 strike on Clint Barmas. AJ Burnett, the on deck circle. 2-1. I would assume the goal right now for Don Mattingly is to make sure that his club, the same for Freddie Gonzalez with Atlanta, that they play for a purpose, home field advantage. Don't lose the edge that they have right now. Dodgers 12 games up in the West. Atlanta 14 in the East. Base hit for Barmas and 2 on for Burnett. Would he pull him back here with the expanded rosters and give his club a chance to get back in this game?
I think the answer is going to be yes. Pitch location, middle in.
Got to take your shot. And so that'll be in for AJ Burnett. Clint Hurdle goes to the bench with expanded rosters, and Snyder hits from the left side. Be the hitter for Burnett. His night is through. 2 runners on.
With expanded rosters, the Pirates have 3 left-handers and 8 right-handers in their bullpen, and they have 9 players on their bench, now 8 with Travis Snyder pinch hitting. The Cardinals about the same number.
Could be 2. Out at second. The turn not in time. Doug Melvin, the general manager of the Milwaukee Brewers, for at least the last 5 years, Rick, has been talking about changing the game in September. And he said you can expand rosters with what you have on your 40-man and bring them up. However, he said on a nightly basis, just like the NFL for a Sunday afternoon, they should basically turn in an active roster that has your 25-man with an additional 5 and not go to additional 10 or 12 players, whatever the case may be. But every night turn in those 30 players.
Well, I think there's merit to that conversation. Not sure I would be for that myself. I think sometimes the pennant race becomes kind of a referendum on how good your organization is, which includes your minor league guys. And the Cincinnati Reds got a guy that can fly in AAA, bring him up, help your team in September. I think that's why you develop players like that. And really, for the pennant race in September to include that, I think has been the way baseball's been for years, which doesn't make it right. So it's certainly worth talking about. But the reality is it switches back again once you get to the playoffs anyway, right? Because then the rosters go back to 25. And, you know, it's a chance for, if you're in a pennant race and you don't get a chance to play those players that you call up because you're in a race, you never get to develop your players in September the way the lower division teams do.
Doug Melvin is passionate about this.
Yeah, but there's no question it has merit. I'm not sure I would vote for it. Not that anybody's going to ask me, but I certainly understand what he's saying.
And he's talking about competitive balance, you know, in bringing up a Hamilton and yet still having 10 other players available for Dusty Baker, or a team that's out of the race and playing all these non-big league players, and all of a sudden a competitive team comes in and just beats up on that franchise because you're trying to get a better look at some of the players.
So, but the value, if you're the Milwaukee Brewers, isn't there value to looking at your AAA guys?
I don't think there's any doubt.
So you bring them up and put them on the taxi squad and they don't play. What have you learned?
Runners at first and third, and a 2-0 pitch. A bouncer to second. Carpenter flips to Descalso on the force play. The Pirates strand 2. Burnett out of the game. Kelly out of another jam. Kids 48 inches and under receive a free ticket to Six Flags. Cardinals.com/promotions. It's also an ice cream sundae before the game. Kids can hang around, run the bases afterwards. And Chris Johnson, we saw him make the start in the one game that the Cardinals salvaged last weekend in Pittsburgh. He got the start on Sunday, and he is the long man, one of them. They've got a couple out there. They'll go with the lefty Johnson. The Cardinals got to him in that start. A.J. Burnett, 5 earned runs and 3 innings of work, so his ERA is increased to over 8 in the road games against St. Louis this year. Burnett 3 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, and the Cardinals opened up last inning with 4 consecutive extra base hits. So now it's the lefty Johnson. We'll see if those bats stay alive against Johnson. And here tonight, a lot of talk in Pittsburgh, Rick, about whether or not Johnson should have made that start on Sunday, even before he was knocked around. Some believe that Ben Mazzaro or one of the other guys that's been out there for a while, a long man, could have made that start. Instead, they rolled the dice. They had won the first 2 games, and they went with the young lefty.
Well, I think you see what he does in that extra inning game, and you kind of get excited and think, well, maybe this guy's going to be lightning in a bottle for us. And you learn over time in this game that you can't overreact to one particular outing or even a couple, because you can maybe lay your bets in the wrong place. And I think clearly the Pirates needed a starter for that, and they liked what they saw when he pitched against Arizona. Thought maybe that'd be the start of something big, but he was not very good clearly in that outing.
And tomorrow they get the return of Jeff Locke to their rotation. What turns out to be a very interesting game now for the Pirates if the Cardinals hold on here. And Jeff Locke, an all-star, but yet second half at one point sent down to the minor leagues.
Went to Double-A, in fact, to get his physical rest as well as his mental rest. They just felt like he was just overwhelmed. And I'd asked Clint Hurdle about Locke, and he said, he's just a guy that just is doing everything right now. I mean, he's just not making any mistakes, and he's just kind of on a roll, and he just kind of thinks he's Cy Young, and he has learned a lot about pitching from A.J. Burnett. He said he was basically A.J. Burnett's caddy. He wanted him to go everywhere Burnett went to learn how to pitch at this level. And once the season started kind of getting deeper into the season, I think maybe getting a little tired and having a little adversity is tough to handle. really for all athletes, it's that way.
We hear it all the time. The final day that a player feels actually pretty good.
Right.
First day of spring training.
Right.
And then after that, it's all downhill. 3-2 pitch. And swung on and missed by Descalso to start the Cardinals half of the fourth. Interesting article right now is up at FoxSportsMidwest.com. It's Stan McNeil had the chance to visit with Adam Wainwright and talk about his struggles, tipping pitches, that arm stage, or is it just plain old struggling last two starts? So Stan McNeil takes a look at that with Adam Wainwright, and Wainwright goes tomorrow. So not only is it a big start for the Pirates in Locke, but certainly for the Cardinals, and seeing Wainwright come back after two subpar performances.
Everybody has a subpar performance, but Adam Wainwright had really, in recent memory, never had two in a row.
Not like that.
Times where he's had rough games this year, his next time out, he's been lights out.
Many points of the game in which he had 128 pitches. And he says he feels fine, and that's not an issue at all. Cardinals will use the off day to give their starters an extra day's rest coming up. That's on Monday. In the dirt.
And only one more of those left. Cardinals have 22 games remaining, including this game here tonight, in 24 days. So the Monday off day, and then the Cardinals have an off day on the 26th of September during that last homestand between the Nationals and the Cubs. So not many opportunities for Mike Matheny to give his starters that extra day. We actually talked with Dan about the somewhat, I don't want to say crazy idea, but at least an idea of throwing in an extra starter somewhere in that mix to give the starters a couple extra days. Somebody like a Lance Lynn, give him extra days. Give Shelby Miller some more rest.
So a pseudo six-man rotation.
Exactly.
Back-to-back Ks for Johnson. McDonald's has topped the quarter pounder. Bacon Habanero Ranch, the BLT, the Deluxe, and the Bacon and Cheese. For more quarter pounders to love, only at McDonald's. I found this to be very interesting, what John Mozeliak said in the pregame. He said the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different outcome. So at some point, something has to give. And that's what he was describing. What's happening right now with Lance Lynn. He said the baseball people, meaning Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist, want to give Lynn one more shot at it, at least. And his next time out would be Wednesday, I believe, and that would be against Milwaukee.
You wouldn't call that a ringing endorsement from the general manager, and he's just speaking his mind. And of course, he's showing some respect for the baseball people, meaning Matheny and Lilliquist, who have a lot of input into that. It's really their decision, but Cardinals are in search of more solid starting pitching. They're getting it here tonight.
Ball game at Busch Stadium. The Southeast Missouri State Redhawks and Southern Illinois Salukis play in the Busch Stadium College Classic presented by Southeast Health on Saturday, September 21st. And tickets are available at cardinals.com/football. I want to mention that Cardinal Nation has lost one of their great Cardinal fans in Kevin Swinford of Champaign, Illinois. Kevin, a great fan and sorely missed by all of us and those in Champaign in particular. Dick and Dixie Sarver celebrating their 62nd wedding anniversary, along with Dave and Jane Peacock. Dave and Jane are at the ballpark and celebrating their wedding anniversary here at Busch Stadium. So happy anniversary to Dave and Jane Peacock. Neil Walker leads it off. Descalso played perfectly up the middle, one away. And Walker is 1 for 3 on the night. Well, that's where your analytic department comes through and they say this is where this guy should play and this is where he's going to hit it, and then he hits it right there.
Playing the pull on the infield, meaning he shades him towards the second base bag, so just a couple of steps to his left. Thank you, analytic department. Is that what it's called? Analytic department?
Analytics, analytical
numbers dudes,
bright guy department. I'm not allowed in the room department. Here's McCutchen, who is walked and also singled.
I met 3 of those guys in spring training who work with the Cardinals baseball people, and John Booch introduced me to 3 of them, and I could tell in the first 5 seconds of speaking with them that they had more in the brain department than I could handle. So we'll just let them do their work and come up with those numbers. And
that was tough for you to admit that.
It was painful, yes, and let them tell us where to play Daniel Descalso and produce results like that.
We'll take it. It was tough for me to see, but
tough for
you just picked up on it.
No, I heard it. I'm just coming back to it. I was not the smartest guy in the room there by a long shot.
Again, another tough statement for you. A 3-1 pitch to McCutchen. See, I'll let those guys work for a living, and I'll just do this.
I think we are in a good spot right here. This is a nice job to have. We don't have to do very much math.
The best.
Front row seats.
And to think the kind of run this organization has been on, too. It's a third walk issued by Kelly.
Yeah, we learn each year with our travels, Dan, just how fortunate we are to be connected with this organization. And that's not just blah, blah, blah. It's the reality of coming to the ballpark every night and seeing a full house, everybody dressed in red, a team that's competitive nearly every September. And how many organizations can say that?
Here's Justin Morneau. See Molina telling Kelly to get the arm angle up. Morneau has hit into a double play and also lined out to center. I'm a fan of this team. I grew up here in St. Louis, so I want to see the Cardinals win. Now, getting a chance to do the home team broadcast, it's a dream come true. It's a thrill. Now, having said that, I was thinking for the last 20 years, the guys in the other booth have been trying to describe Pirates baseball, right? And you know, when you're a fan of the team and they're getting smoked every night, that's not a lot of fun. Now, it's still not working for a living, don't get me wrong. However, trying to put a positive spin on something sometimes doesn't happen. Nice play again, Descalso. The smart guys in the room figured that one out too. They knew where to play Daniel.
Those guys are having a good inning. Talking about putting a spin on something. How about the spin of the Cardinals shortstop Descalso? Takes that ball off the turf and spins in one motion. Comes up throwing. Our Hyundai replay.
And you know what I'm talking about too. You want to talk about positive things with the club.
Steve Blass is a very positive guy, and I enjoy being around him, broadcasting with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and even in those lean years he was good to be around, but got to be happy for him.
Carpenter, and no, safe at first as they almost got Marlon Byrd. But you talk about some defense up the middle. It's a base hit for Byrd, but by keeping it on the infield, McCutchen does not score. It stays 5-0. What a play by Matt Carpenter there.
Well, you're thinking when this ball's hit up the middle, just knock it down. Keep it in the infield. Just knock it down. And he does more than that. He almost throws him out. Close play at first. Still not sure if he's out. And now I'm sure he was safe.
Good call. Here is Alvarez. 2 outs and 2 on. Came up with the bases loaded, grounded out to second, and also grounded back to Joe Kelly. 0 for 2. One swing of the bat, the Pirates are back in this game.
Joe Kelly has stranded 7 already.
He had stranded 5 after 2 innings. 1-0 pitch to Alvarez. Breaking ball and a strike. It seems like to me, especially early on, Rick, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he was pounding the fastball more than we've seen him maybe in the previous starts.
Yeah, I would say so.
And pounding that fastball with strikes too.
Everything goes off the fastball. You have fastball command, then you can throw other things.
Like that. Good pitch.
87. Good arm speed, but I'm going to choke it a bit and get you out front. Boy, not only was the velocity good and the movement good on that changeup, the location was perfect.
Two and 2.
Seems to me that Kelly has used his breaking ball more here in this game than we've seen him in other games. He's thrown some sharp ones. He was trying to go in the back door there. Cardinals 4 for 10 with runners in scoring position. That's a familiar refrain.
2-2 pitch off the end of the bat.
Another curveball.
Played on those great teams in the 80s. Packed houses. And this place is packed night after night. And again here tonight, this all-important game between the Cardinals and the Pirates. Alvarez gets the Pirates on the board. Byrd will stop at second base, and that makes it 5-1. The RBI for Pedro Alvarez, number 87.
I would have thought, just as Yadier Molina and Joe Kelly thought, that he was set up for this fastball and couldn't catch up to it, and yet he does. Yadi called for the fastball in the inner half. Didn't miss the spot by very much, but Alvarez was looking for it. That's how quick his hands are. They were away, 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 and I was thinking the same thing. Bust him in hard, no chance, and guess what? He had a chance.
Now it's Martin on base twice. A single up the middle back in the second inning, and he walked in the fourth.
And you're talking about those moments in the 80s. There were times where I would kind of look down at my uniform and kind of look around at my seat on the bench or down the bullpen, and I think, boy, I hope nobody figures out that I don't really belong here. This is awesome. You really do. You get this sense of, how did I get here? How did that happen? And same is true in our work here in the broadcast booth. It's really a privilege and an honor, and great job to have.
Been a lot of fun. 1-1 pitch, and did it hit him? It did. It also got Molina too.
I think it's a foul ball, but
oh, so Russell Martin trying to sell it. and not doing a very good job yet, as Clint Hurdle is coming out. It's called a foul ball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Martin.
Quick, Martin was taking his glove off just to see if there was any evidence to show the home plate umpire. Ooh, looked like it did hit his hand.
Many times you'll see a player take off the batting glove and show that it did indeed hit him. Home plate umpire tonight, Tony Randazzo. But after Martin took off the glove, he didn't try to sell that to Randazzo. Martin with 13 home runs this season, 6 of those against St. Louis. Did Kelly put him away? Runners at first and second. The 1-2 in the dirt. Doesn't chase. Count runs full. Pitch count for Joe Kelly at 86. And the crowd now gets into it. What's he come with here, Rick? They're going to talk about it.
I think there's a disagreement about it. Yachty wanting to make sure they're on the same page. Martin has hit the Cardinals so well. We talked about the power that he's displayed. And I think the key is to stay away from his power. If you give up a base hit to him, that's one thing. I don't think walking him is the answer either. You don't want to give in his career against the Cardinals. Production. Would be surprised if he gets anything in the middle of the plate. Not having all of the specific pitches that he's hit against the Cardinals, he seems like he's hit a lot of high fastballs. And they tried to get him with the breaking pitch twice in a row, and it couldn't. Fish weren't biting. So the question is, do you throw another one? I'm guessing they do.
Runners off with this pitch. There they go. And he got him. Third strike on Russell Martin. To find your tickets, StubHub.com. They have fan rewards and earn a little extra. Well, our friend Jose Oquendo down there at third base wanted to wish Danny Brockert a get well wish. Jose asked us to pass that along. We said we certainly would. So Danny Brockert, hope you're doing well. That's from all of us and your good friend Jose Oquendo.
Jose's been busy tonight.
I like it. First and third base coaches now wearing the helmets. And that is mandatory around all professional baseball.
Nice to see Jose smiling again. You know, coaches really feel losses. Players do too. Chris Maloney, first base coach, longtime minor league manager, really good baseball man. You know, they bleed with these players and they can't really do anything about it. You can't make somebody come see you at first base or down at third base. You can root all you want, but it's nice to see him smiling again.
John Jay is 2 for 2, a single and a double. 1 ball, 1 strike. They're in the bottom of the 8th, and Cincinnati, it's now moved to the 9th. They have a lead 3-2 over the Dodgers. And Jay hit by the pitch. Leadoff man is on in the second inning of work for Johnson. I think what's interesting as they go to the 9th inning in Cincinnati will be the 4th consecutive day Aroldis Chapman will throw. I didn't know if it was all that necessary to have him throw last night. I can understand why. You're getting late in the season. Every game is crucial. And Dusty's saying, look, I'm going out there with my best. But you'd have to say that he goes out there again tonight, which would be 4 consecutive appearances.
On the radio side in that game, we talking about the same thing, a 4-run lead. There has to be somebody in your bullpen you trust with a 4-run lead, with the understanding that the Dodgers were coming into town. And the conversation was, well, the Dodgers are happy about this because Chapman's being used 3 days in a row. And I said, well, not only are the Dodgers happy about it, but that's got to be good for the Pirates and the Cardinals too, to not have Chapman. Or maybe they do have him, but 4 days in a row, and that would certainly make you think that he'd be shut down the next night. But what a talent he is. Oh my goodness. 103 miles an hour.
4 different pitches at 103 the other night. The first appearance.
And the second appearance he had 1 at 103. And boy, hard to describe how fast. I mean, we would say that somebody that's throwing 88, Dan, versus somebody throwing 95, that's a big difference. Oh my goodness, 88's nothing, and 95, that's gas. Well, he's that same iteration higher at 103, 8 miles an hour faster than the guy throwing gas.
So are the guns juiced up, or are these guys throwing that hard now?
I think they're throwing that hard. I think the guns used in the last 10 or 15 years are about 2 or 3 miles an hour faster than some of the guns that were used in the 70s and 80s. There's a ray gun and a jugs gun and the fast gun, and they used to use both of them. When the guns first came out, they would use 2 different kinds of guns, and you knew that there would be about a 2 or 3 mile an hour difference. They used the faster gun typically in high school and college, the slower gun in the big leagues. And now I think they've kind of settled on the faster gun.
And Holiday hits it a mile high.
But if you want to say 103 is really only 101,
yeah,
that's still fast.
By the way, Chapman is in the game, and he's had 4 pitches of 100 miles an hour or more. It's 2 outs in the 9th. What's on Tap is brought to you by Budweiser. And we'll come your way. Note the start time, 5:30. Jeff Locke getting the start for Pittsburgh. It's Wainwright for St. Louis, game 2 of this series. So Holiday is retired. And here is Beltran, and he looks at a ball up and away. Carlos, 2 for 2.
I'm really having a hard time getting over the fact that we're not going to see Francisco Liriano in this series.
I thought late in the season, a guy coming off an injury that maybe Clint Hurdle, knowing the numbers of Liriano, would push him back for this series specifically. I would think at least the subject was brought up. He is 3-0, ERA well below 1 against St. Louis this year. A couple of complete games too.
And seemingly effortless against the Cardinals. I mean, just like it's nothing.
Beltran in the first, a liner that got past McCutchen. His 2 runs would score, and then last time up, lacing a double.
Speaking of effortless, nice smooth style of Carlos Beltran. There is effort, but it just doesn't look like it. Very smooth.
Chapman has just struck out Hanley Ramirez, and the Reds have posted a victory over the Dodgers in game 1 of their series. They hold on 3-2. A 3-1 pitch to Carlos Beltran. Out front and out of play. And a nice play made by a fan. One out, runner at first, runner goes, and it's fouled back.
I think between innings, Dan, we should have one of the maybe Team Fred Bird girls. I think it should become a new tradition that when a fan makes a nice play, go ahead and interview him between innings within the stadium. Why not? You have the kiss cams and all the other fun stuff that we do. Why don't we interview a fan that makes a nice play?
Well, Jim Hayes could certainly.
We could let Jim do that.
As Beltran yanks it foul again.
In Minnesota, there was a time where a fan would catch a foul ball. The PA announcer would say, "Give that fan a contract," and they would.
I like that. Now that's a better idea. Strike him out and throw him out. A double play as Jay was trying to swipe his second bag of the night. 2 scoreless innings for Johnson. The best Cardinals postseason moments, followed by the Pirates and the Cards at 6. And that's Toyota Cardinals Live tomorrow at 5:30. Revisit our keys to the game.
One of the keys was not to let Burnett settle in, and the Cardinals didn't. They can check that one off. They didn't let him get deep in too many counts. Handling Alvarez and Martin. So far, Alvarez 1 for 3. And Martin 1 for 2. So we're not going to give it a check yet. We'll give it a infinity sign, I guess is what that is. That's a maybe.
Again, the smart guys in the room.
To be determined.
There you go. Well, we have a moment as we're waiting for.
Look like a tilde, really.
Yeah. For Beltran to take his position after he struck out. I want to make sure that we say hello to our buddy, and we miss him. And hopefully he's resting comfortably. We're going to see him shortly here at the ballpark. We can't wait. That's the great Mike Shannon, the voice of the Cardinals.
Son Tim here at the ballpark today, and got a little update that he's doing well. And certainly folks are thinking about Mike and his recovery, and things are not the same as I told Tim when Mike's not around. He just.
Isn't that the truth?
He is a presence. There is no doubt about it. He is a unique individual and Cardinal baseball through and through.
Lambeau is on deck. Here is Barmes, Lambeau, and then the top of the lineup.
A text from a good friend, Matt Willard, who participates in our fantasy camp, and he tells me that the Cards used to give off-field, outfield contracts for people who made plays in the stands. They did that before. He said he got one in 1993.
Nice.
On a foul ball from Ray Langford. So I guess our idea is not really that novel.
That's all right. Let's bring it back.
All right.
What's old is new, right?
Exactly.
A fly out by Barmes. It's good to see that Joe Kelly is pitching into the 6th. His pitch count is at 90. And he's not due up for a while, so you may see him potentially, depending on how this inning goes, give you 5 more outs and get through 7. It's the highly touted prospect Lambeau. We saw him make his major league debut last time the Pittsburgh Pirates were in St. Louis. And a breaking ball that's taken low. The real key for Joe Kelly, Rick, is the fact that he has yet to allow a run in the first inning of any of his starts this season. Bases loaded. Pirates had a chance with Alvarez at the plate. They couldn't score. It just sets the tone for the game.
Sure does. And the Cardinals offense has been the kind of offense that once they get ahead, they win. They've won big quite a few times, but they've not really been much of a catch-up team. There have been 2 or 3 instances in the last 3 weeks or so where the Cardinals did have some come from behind victories, but there aren't very many of them.
That's slicing into the gap in left center field, and that ball will get down. One hops off the wall. Andrew Lambeau on his way to second base, standing up with a double with 1 down here in the top of the 6th. Head and shoulders whiff package here for Joe Kelly, and he has struck out 3 this evening. Game number 1 between the Cards and Pirates here at Busch Stadium.
He has not been a high strikeout pitcher since getting into the rotation, but he's still been a winner. There's no question about it. Curveball he's used more today. Curveball strikeout, curveball another strikeout, curveball another strikeout. How about that? All 3 of them on his 3rd best pitch.
Starter needs that, though. Change up his fastball and the breaking pitch. Tabata chased a curveball back in the first inning. Looks at a fastball high. Seems to have been a little late on these fastballs that he has seen. He has singled into right field and also grounded into a fielder's choice. Axford and Choate.
Be interesting to see how Mike Matheny uses all of the extra players over the last 22 games. Almost like, you know, that Christmas morning when you get 30 toys, you're just not sure which one to go and open and play with because there's so many of them. You're just not sure how to use them all yet.
And a ground ball, easy play for Freese. Looks back the runner out there, but still advancing Lambeau from second to third. Couldn't really take his time to look him all the way back with the speed of Tabata. So getting the sure out. And now it's Walker.
Good base running by Lambeau. He's off the base just enough. And if David throws to second, he might be able to get him. But you really got to make sure you get Tabata, as you said, really just by a step and a half. And alert base running by Lambeau. One thing we've seen about this Pirate team is they're not a real big mistake making team. They just don't do a lot of dumb things. And when we see them at PNC Park in particular, they're out early doing a lot of PFP stuff, taking infield. They really are heavy on fundamentals. And I think it shows.
Al and I talked about it last night. Cardinals did not take BP before game 4 last night, and we had the chance to visit with some of those on both teams. Not the players, but more front office personnel and coaches. And one thing that was said to us is maybe we spend too much time taking BP and not enough time taking infield and not enough time long toss and working on fundamentals, because those are the things that truly will help you win games.
I don't know where that line is to sign up for that thing you're selling, but put me in that line. In fact, I want to go to the head of the line. Sign it big and bold.
Guys are working out before and after games. They get to the ballpark earlier now than ever. And it's not to say it's wrong, it's just the way it is now. (3-0).
It's not that players don't take ground balls. It's not that outfielders don't throw, but they do it in conjunction with other things during batting practice. They're throwing into the second base bag during batting practice. It's not a focused team activity to take infield as it's been in the past. One of the reasons infield stopped, frankly, throughout baseball, the very first reason it stopped is all of the ceremonial first pitches, the things that happen on the field, because it was done literally right up till game time. You do it 15-20 minutes before the game, but there's a lot more activity on the field, and it's just not practical to do that anymore.
3-1 is pulled foul.
So the teams that take infield now will do it 3:30
in the afternoon.
Exactly.
Right. The big pitch here, pitch number 104 for Kelly. McCutchen on deck and trying to finish off Walker here in the top of the 6th. The 3-2. And he got him. Called third strike on the inside corner. Catches Neil Walker. Who can't believe it? The Cardinal fans love it. St. Louis is on top. Central. The Pirates, the Cardinals, the Reds. AT&T Twitter poll, and what a shock it went to the Cardinals.
We're not surprised by that. 74%. And I know how that young lady voted. She voted for the Cardinals.
Oh, yeah. Joe Kelly, when he's been in trouble, boy, he's come up with a big pitch, and now it's our Chevy call to the pen, and Jared Hughes, the right-hander, coming out of the pen for Pittsburgh.
Been up and down from AAA to the big leagues the last couple of years, but has a good arm and has been a part of what has turned into be a spectacular bullpen for Pittsburgh. Chris Johnson, 2 solid innings, 3 strikeouts, no hits, but their team ERA 2.70 out of the bullpen. It's really historic for their organization to have a bullpen as good as this year's bullpen is, and especially what they've done at the closer position. Really was perfect, and then he gets hurt, so they have to move to Melanson, and he's just as good.
Think about this, Rick, as Molina hits it sharply to third. Alvarez looks down on his glove to make sure he had it and makes a nice play to his left. Since 1921 in Pirates history, this is their 5th best collectively bullpen ERA. And only the 1972 Pirates had a better opponent's average against. In 72, it was 219. In 2013, it's 220. So it may be the best before it's all said and done.
Yeah, they're not done yet. There's the hands of Alvarez you were talking about. A lot of errors, but the ability to make plays, and he's playing shortstop right now.
Shift was on for Adams, who's hitless tonight with a pair of strikeouts and 0 for 3. They've got good work out of their bullpen tonight. 2 scoreless innings out of Johnson, and now 2 quick outs for Jared Hughes. So really, there on the right, the All-Star and Mark Melanson, former closer with the Houston Astros, spent time with Boston and thrust into their closing role this year and has done a very good job. But you think about 8th inning, 9th inning, 2 shutdown guys. 2 very good lefties that they have in their pen too.
Oh boy.
Wilson and Watson. Freeze, ground ball, Alvarez ranging to his left. The tag applied on Freeze by Morneau.
And this is how he did it. Pedro Alvarez in the first gets him with the fastball in. Then in the 2nd inning, it's the curveball as he strikes out Neil Walker. And the trend continues in the 4th inning. This is Tabata. Little ground ball to second base. 2 more stranded in the 4th. A strikeout of Russell Martin. Add 2 more to the list. And then in the 6th inning, Neil Walker takes a fastball on the inside corner, and Joe Kelly's night is complete. 10 stranded runners. In fact, this year as a starter, there have been 10 times where he's given up 1 run in an inning, and 3 times where he's given up 2, and he has not had a 3-run inning as a starter this season for the Cardinals. So he has avoided the big inning. He has avoided problems, and tonight he gave up just 1 run in 6 innings of work.
Chevy called to the pen, takes us to the lefty Kevin Siegrist. He gets McCutchen, Morneau, and Marlon Byrd. Anytime this guy is into the game, it is fun to watch.
Oh,
He's
boy.
been sensational. We had, it was a scouts bonanza. We had so many scouts the last trip through Cincinnati, because you're looking at 2 potential playoff teams, the Cardinals and the Reds. The guy that I heard most about is on the mound right now. They were raving about Kevin Siegrist.
And why wouldn't they? Fastball explodes. Showing a good changeup. Breaking ball still developing, at times good.
Goodbye. McCutchen called out on strikes. It's not supposed to be this easy.
No,
He's come up and made this look easy.
This is an MVP candidate right here, and he takes one right down the middle.
No runs allowed in his last 16 2/3. Overlooked in the tremendous win the other night in extra innings, and this is Morneau, a 2006 MVP. But the work of the bullpen, 10 1/3, 8 different relievers, 5 of them were rookies. 5.
The scouts you're talking about, a number of those scouts were advanced scouts. Not all teams use them. In fact, fewer and fewer teams do. And talked to one of them in Cincinnati. There's only 15 advanced scouts left in the game. And they're looking at the Cardinals and the Cincinnati Reds, trying to pick up anything that they might use. And so when they start buzzing about the talent that the Cardinals have in their bullpen, these are guys that know the game, been around the game, and know what they're talking about.
1-2 pitch. And it looks like the way that things have unfolded for the Cardinals now, Kelly firmly supplanted in the rotation. Mike Matheny, very structured, it seems like, when he can play it this way with what he wants to do with his bullpen. And there's a strikeout for Siegrist, but you've got Siegrist in the 7th. Rosenthal is your 8th inning man. Mahika in the 9th.
Well, I think you've got Axford, who is potential to be a 7th inning guy as well. There's that slider. That's a little more than developing. That was pretty good.
Oh, man.
That had a short little dot on it. Or a small dot. You could tell when a slider's thrown well. You can see the spin on it. It actually shows a little dot on the ball. And if the dot is big, that means it's kind of a bigger slider, and it's a little flatter. But that was outstanding.
Rick, we're talking about, as you said, MVP candidate McCutchen looks at one right down the middle. Morneau has been an MVP. He looks at the slider and swung on and missed, and now you have Marlon Byrd, who's been on a tear. Pete Kozma in the ball game at short. A fly ball out to left, and the catch is made by Holiday. Siegrist, a 1-2-3 inning. That's McCutchen, Morneau, and Byrd. Tonight, USAA would like to pay special recognition to all of our service members at home and abroad. We love doing this. The American Forces Network broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world. Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, Japan. Welcome. And as always, we thank you for your sacrifice. 40,608 here tonight. 40608. The attendance. It's Descalzo, then Cosma and Carpenter. Daniel dropping down a bunt, and that's strike one. Tell you what, Martin looked like a shortstop there, just flipping it over to first, huh? That was pretty quick.
He's trying to sell it as fair, and he figured if I get it out of my hands as quick as possible, maybe they won't notice that it's a foul ball. Kind of funny to watch it. There's the bunt. Boom, it's gone. And he threw him out by 80 feet.
You know, we have the luxury of getting here early as Descalzo breaks his bat, drops in a base hit. Off the sidewall, he's hustling all the time and into second base. But we'll see Molina take ground balls a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Very quick hands.
Don't think he couldn't play the infield. He could play third base. Sure, he could play second base.
Well, Rick, if there was ever a time for Pete Cosma to break out, oh boy, this is it.
Well, the problem is that we've said that a few times, and being around Pete Cosma and spent time with him on the Cardinals caravan, we've talked about how fun those trips are in the winter, and that's really what kicks off the new season along with the winter warm-up. But Pete is such a level-headed young man. You just want him to do well. Does not get rattled at all, but he is struggling at the plate. There's no two ways about that. It needs to have something positive to happen. 0 for his last 33. Been late on a lot of fastballs, been ahead on the off-speed pitch. He's just in between and can't get his timing right.
In between, he's guessing. When he guesses wrong. This level, you guess off speed and you got a fastball, it's tough to catch up. That's not going to happen.
Exactly.
It's the fastball outside, showing bunt. 1 ball, 1 strike.
With Pete struggling, it makes some sense here to just play for an extra run. Why not? 4-run lead. I don't mind bunting here.
Descalzo at second base, his 20th double of the season. Real key in this game, the fact that Joe Kelly stranded 10 tonight. 10. Cardinals have been out hit 8-7, but they lead it 5-1. Cosma gets the bunt down. May beat it out. He does. Safe. Attaboy, Pete. Boy, did he need that. And it's a base hit. Snaps it 0 for 33.
Perfect bunt by Cosma, and he's got the speed. And here's the throw from Martin. Very quick catcher defensively, pounces on it. Strong throw, but not in time.
It's amazing, this game of baseball, you know the bunt's coming. They're playing for the bunt, and yet he gets a base hit. And that snaps an 0 for 33. Crazy game, isn't it?
Speed's a weapon, though, too. We saw that with Tony Cingrani, the pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds, who bunted twice.
Carpenter, a major league best 58 RBIs from the leadoff spot. He has 67 on the year. He has scored 2 more runs tonight. He has walked, he has tripled. He has also grounded out to second base, extended his hitting streak to 7. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the multi-hit games is big part of what he has done this year.
97 hits at Busch Stadium. One shy of the stadium single season record set by Albert Pujols at 98.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Instead, a check on the runner, Kozma. Cardinals have been aggressive a couple of times with John Jay. 1 for 2 in steals tonight. Jay is on deck. Extra base hits. Carpenter was 63, just 3 back of Jay Bruce. Goldschmidt, all the home runs, and then Marlon Byrd. 1-1 pitch to Carpenter. On its way. Carpenter rips it down the right field line. Fair. Into the corner it goes. On his way to second. Kozma held up. And Matt Carpenter does it again. Multi-hit game. It's an RBI. And the Cardinals lead it 6-1. What a year for Carpenter.
And that is double number 47. The most doubles ever by a Cardinals second baseman.
And that ties Pujols for the most hits at Busch Stadium, 3 in a single season. He's tied with Pujols in that category.
And it's September 6th.
So he's going to shatter it. You mentioned the names before with all the doubles in the history of the second baseman that had played this great game for this franchise, and Matt Carpenter's name is now right there with them, and he's going to pass some of those great names too. Matt Carpenter, another multi-hit game. The walk, a triple, RBI, 2 runs scored, a little bit of everything. Brian Morris, right-hander, the Chevy call to the pen. And this will be his 47th appearance, the ERA just over 3. And we've seen Burnett, Chris Johnson, Hughes, and now Morris. And Rick, what a night for the Cardinals second baseman.
Multi-hit games for Carpenter, 55. McCutchen now second in the National League. Chu, we saw enough of him in Cincinnati. He has 48. But Matt Carpenter having a huge season, 6-1 St. Louis, and Carpenter has been in the middle of most of it.
Cardinals with 5 doubles tonight. Carpenter with one of those moments ago. He's also chipped in with a triple at St. Louis. 9 hits, Pittsburgh with 8, and the Cardinals trying to add on to this lead. Runners at second and third, nobody out, and here is John Jay, who's been on base 3 times. A single, a double, hit by a pitch. Infield is drawn in. It's been a game on paper that you say the Pirates just have not cashed in. They've had golden opportunities. They've stranded 10. The Cardinals have just stranded 2 on the night.
Cardinals just have one more hit than the Pirates. But you've talked about the production, Dan. The first 4 batters in the Cardinals order, their hits have really come in bunches. Carpenter, Jay, Holiday, and Beltran are 7 for 11 collectively. And they've come through when they've had those RBI opportunities.
Here's an 0-2 pitch to Jay. Is it time, Rick, to say that Matt Carpenter is the MVP of this team?
Well, we've been hinting at that for a couple of weeks now. And giving great credit to Yadier Molina, which he deserves. But how do you not consider Matt Carpenter right up there with him?
Not just of this ball club, but maybe the entire league. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jay. I said to John Mozeliak, remember, Matt Carpenter earned a ring in 2011. Not many people remember that. He was up for a brief time, picked up his first ever base hit against Kerry Wood, and then last year we saw him full season with the Cardinals. John Mozeliak and his staff knew that he could do this, play every day. And I asked Mo about, are you getting to a point where he's done so much, you think about locking him up? Jay, base hit into center. Carpenter will score his 3rd run of the night. 2 RBIs for John Jay. This baby is busted wide open. 8-1 St. Louis.
Now the top part of the order, 8 for 12. Add 2 more RBIs. 7 RBIs from the top 4. Carpenter scores his 109th run of the season. John Jay, we said, could go 4 for 4 tonight.
3 for 3.
3 for 3 and a hit by pitch.
On base 4 times. 3 RBIs for John Jay. And here is Holiday.
That's the turning on a dime that we talked about.
And just to finish the story about Carpenter, I said to Mo, I said, well, do you think about locking up Carpenter long term, buy out some of those arbitration years and whatnot? And he said, well, not sure yet. He said, it's something you think about. He said, but just put it this way, and you can tell the fans this. 1-0 pitch to Holiday. He said, Matt Carpenter is going to be a Cardinal for a long time. And he said, hold on there. He said, a really long time. He said, he's not going anywhere. We're not going to allow that to happen. They understand the kind of talent that they have developed. And it's a lot of his hard work that we alluded to with Matt Carpenter. Don't think for a second that it's not hard work. I mean, he's put in the time and the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears. However, at some point, the minor league system of the Cardinals has to get a ton of credit for developing this young pitching, the young players that come up here, and they're not in awe of this situation of playing in front of 40,000. They contribute, and they are part of the winning atmosphere here. Carpenter, though, a remarkable story. 2-2 on Holiday.
Mentioned, Dan, first week of the season that there will be a day where Matt Carpenter hits 320 in the big leagues, and I know
Maybe
that
it's this year.
I know that raised some eyebrows when I made that statement, but I was really not thinking it would be this year. But I predicted that he'd hit 300, and that doesn't seem like that's that crazy a prediction after what we've seen from Matt Carpenter. And I think we said last week when we talked in Pittsburgh about his Carpenter and MVP in the National League, certainly in the top 10. I think that's what we said. Well, I think it's moving up even more and more as his production increases. And if the Cardinals go on to win this division, he may sneak into the top 5. and I think he should.
I would think that as we get closer to, let's say, the 20th of September, and he's continuing to do what he's been doing, and there's no reason to think he won't, the national recognition is going to increase. You know, Cardinals look to be a team that would get into postseason play, and then the national writers would say, okay, it's a situation now. How did they get in this position to get there? Why are they there? And you take a hard look at the Cardinals, and the usual suspects will be there, Molina being one of them, but you also look at the production of Matt Carpenter, and it's just been sensational this year. A 3-2 pitch. Holiday rips it into left center field. That ball gets to the wall. Jay, wave him on in. Okendo is, I'll tell you what, that rotator cuff's going to be sore. 9-1 as Jay scores. What a rocket from Holiday. It's 3 doubles in the inning and a ton of them tonight.
A lot of extra base hits. Beltran, Carpenter has 2 of them. John Jay got into the act. That came in the 3rd inning. And the Cardinals continue to pick up not necessarily the home run, but the extra base hit. And I think that's a different kind of power, and that power on display with Matt Holliday as he crushed that ball into the gap. Again, not a home run, but in my mind, Dan, that's a power offense. When you get doubles and triples and plenty of them, that's a power offense.
And fans are getting treated to fireworks early tonight. 9-1 Cardinals, 11 hits.
8 RBIs with the first 4 players in this lineup.
Yeah, they have contributed in a big way tonight. Now it's Beltran. Shane Robinson, the runner at second. It's speed for Holiday.
It's faster than Chapman.
That's hard to do.
So Matt Holliday swung the bat like that against a 103 mile an hour fastball from Chapman.
Centered it.
And centered it.
It's out on the street.
Oh, my. I'd like to see that. Someday we will.
2-0 pitch to Beltran. Little flare. Right center. McCutcheon won't get it. Everything going the way of the Cardinals tonight here in Game 1. Cardinals with 12 base hits. Most have been hard hit. 7 of the 12 have been extra base hits. And Adrian Chambers will be the pinch runner for Carlos Beltran.
And the updated stats on the top 4 in the lineup with this base hit by Beltran. 10 for 14 with 8 RBIs. You don't get to the Pirates pitching staff like this very often.
No. I gave you those numbers earlier. 5th best bullpen ERA since 1921. And only the 72 Pirates had a better opponent's average against their bullpen.
You don't get to their starters very often either. But a 9-run game means you are hitting when it counts. There's Adrian Chambers, the pinch runner.
The chance of Yachty. Oh, up and in. That knocked him down, and a warning. A warning coming out from Tony Randazzo. And here comes Clint Hurdle. T-minus 30 seconds before he's ejected. He's going to get his money's worth, I guarantee it.
And counting.
do you think, Rick? For a purpose right there?
I think it was a breaking ball. I'd like to see it again. But I thought it was a pitch that slipped out of his hands. I don't think he's afraid of throwing up and in. And it was a breaking ball that slipped. And that's why he's saying, look, it slipped out of my hands.
You're right. That was a breaking ball that just got away.
And I think Clint Hurdle's trying to do the explanation right here to say, look, you're going to tell me he threw a slider at his head and threw a bad slider on purpose? Yeah, there's no question in my mind it was not on purpose. Now, whether or not the umpire thinks it makes sense to still issue a warning after the Cardinals have hit him around so hard, you know,
you can see why.
I can see why they're doing it, but
yeah, the question is posed clearly.
But if Randazzo has to make the statement that he knows there was intent to do it on purpose, I think he's wrong about that.
6 consecutive hits for the Cardinals this inning. And Yadi yanks it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. They're on their feet. Good portion of them here at Busch Stadium. The chance of Yadi here at the ballpark. The 1-1. Strike 2.
I do like the fact that Randazzo kind of let the pitcher have his say. Clearly he was agitated, so was Clint Hurdle. I think he let him have his say, which I think was smart.
One-two pitch to Molina. Taken for a ball outside. 2-2. The Cardinals scored 2 in the first, 3 in the third, 4 here in the 7th. They about hit Pittsburgh 12-8. Joe Kelly again a solid outing. Segrist scoreless frame in relief of Joe Kelly. And a 2-2 pitch here for Yadier Molina. Outside. Matt Adams at the on-deck circle. Molina with a high fly ball. That's how you answer being knocked down. Get on out of here. 3-run shot. Yadier Molina.
The boys are back.
This is about as loud as I can remember it all season long. Busch Stadium rocking tonight. The 3-run bomb off the bat of Yadier Molina.
Got a pitch middle in. He knew he got enough of it. 400 plus feet. That's the slider that knocked him down. Another slider. This one sits on the inside half of the plate.
415 feet. And now it's Adams. Still nobody out. 7 runs here in the 7th inning. Ben Mazzaro is into the ball game. Our Chevy called to the pen. The shift is on here for Matt Adams. Tony Cruz will move to the on-deck circle.
Cardinals have only left 2 runners on base in this game.
I wonder, Rick, and I'm going to just throw this out there. You saw Yadi walk a little bit after hitting that home run. And the pitcher, Brian Morris, looked back, and Adams hits it down the right field line, and it's hooking foul. Home run distance, but foul. Morris looked to see the home run, then looked back at Yadi. And you just wonder if there's going to be any carryover to tomorrow. Adams, a ground ball, base hit. 8 hits in a row for the Cardinals. The only thing missing, the triple.
Still nobody out.
Tony Cruz will get his first plate appearance of the evening. Pinch hitting for Segrist.
And how many Cardinal fans are screaming at their television set right now? Where were those runs in Pittsburgh and Cincinnati? Here's the numbers you were talking about, the 2.7 bullpen ERA, and that is no longer.
The 5+ run innings, the Cardinals with 20 of those. And a line shot into center. The Cardinals with 9 consecutive hits. Count them up, 9 consecutive hits.
Not sure what the record is in one particular inning. We'll do some research on that, but 9 straight hits to start an inning. Tony Cruz getting into the act. Good to see Tony with a base hit. We were surprised to see him start in Cincinnati because he'd only swung the bat 2 days. Recovering from his fracture in his arm and coming off the disabled list, the Cardinals were talking about him just being able to catch but not being able to hit. But thrust into a starting role with Lance Lynn in his start. Looked like his timing was okay there.
It all began with Descalso with a double. Runners at first and second. I want to say I thought there was a game, and it was recently, maybe last year against LA, where the Cardinals had 10 consecutive hits
to start an inning.
I thought it was to start an inning. We'll find out.
Record or not, it's fun.
You bet. kind of just a relief too.
Oh boy,
the way the road trip went and the bats went silent. Right now Pittsburgh shell-shocked.
And maybe a little team catharsis for the Cardinals, who had a lot of frustration on that trip. A lot of tough moments, tough losses.
Bases loaded in the first inning for the Pirates, couldn't come through. Cardinals 9 for 15. Remember in the Pirates series, games 1 and 2, they had combined for 9 hits. They have 9 consecutive in this inning.
I believe there was a time where the Cardinals could go 0 for maybe even the rest of the season and still have the best RISP ever, since they've been tracking that in the 70s. Well, they sure have helped that tonight.
Yeah. A 2-2. Taken low and outside. Burnett gave them 3 innings. Johnson 2 scoreless. Hughes. Then Morris. And now Bizarro. Morris's ERA went up by a half run. His appearance in the ball game tonight. 3-2 pitch. Hit on a play. Descalso, a little flare into shallow right, dropping quickly, but the catch is made by Marlon Byrd.
Can't buy a hit.
Descalso should be benched. Now Pete Kozma, a chance at 2 hits in 1 inning. Snapped his 0 for 33, trying to sacrifice, and it turned into a single. Kozma hits a liner into right, and Byrd makes the catch. 2 away. A week from tomorrow, it's the return of the fan favorite Photo Day, presented by Creve Cord Camera. Fans can go on the field before the game, up close photos of the players, coaches, and Fredbird. Field access on a first come first serve basis. Arrive early, and we'll hope to see you a week from tomorrow.
Colton Wong, the pinch hitter. Some rest for Matt Carpenter.
He did some damage before this night was through for him. Double, triple, walk, 3 runs scored, and an RBI. Cardinals on their bench: Johnson, Peterson, Perez, and Jackson. 1-0 pitch to Wong. 1 ball, 1 strike. Very impressed with the defense of Colton Wong. And we know the offense at some point will come around. Runners advance to second and third. And a wild pitch charge to Vin Bizarro. the way, that was the first extra base hit in 11 games for Molina. Two on, 2 outs, and a 2-2 in the dirt. Tough night for Russell Martin.
Oh boy. Tough inning for Russell Martin. This is the way you start a homestand.
Some excitement here on a Friday night at Busch Stadium. 3-2 pitch to Colton Wong. And he strikes out. 1 an inning, 9 consecutive hits, 7 runs, and highlighted with a 3-run blast from Yadi. Let's go to our studio and a Bomberito Sports Update. John Axford is into the ball game in our Chevy call to the pen. And Axford has pitched well since arriving in St. Louis, and the home plate umpire who warned the Pirates after the pitch that was up and into Yadier Molina. Quick warning to Axford, get him updated on the situation. Bunch of changes for the Cardinals. Colton Wong takes over at second. Shane Robinson is in right field. Adrian Chambers in left. Axford is the pitcher, and Tony Cruz is the new catcher. So his career at Busch Stadium, very good, 1.69. And the Cardinals just have power arms right now coming out of their bullpen, in particular from the right side.
And that's what you want when you go into late September and hopefully October. And you said most of them from the right side, but you can certainly add Kevin Seagrass to that list and Sam Freeman from the left side. A couple of power arms. Colorado Rockies, by the way, Dan, had 11 straight hits against the Cubs in a 12-run 8th inning in July of 2010. So that's the record for most consecutive hits in a game, and the Cardinals got to 9. Not bad.
And a high fly ball lifted into left center field. Jay is over. And diving for it, came up just a bit short. And Chambers backing up. A leadoff double for Pedro Alvarez as the fans applaud the effort of John Jay in center.
Doesn't matter the score, still playing hard.
Near collision out there too.
Yeah.
You know, you have a new left fielder, new right fielder as well. As Tony Sanchez will be the pinch hitter for the Pirates. Sanchez, guy that got some playing time earlier this year, a high draft choice, and a chance to get some time now in September. And Axford has been thrown out of this game.
And he said, "Why am I trying to hit it?" Well, I honestly believe that neither pitcher tried to do what they did.
And Axford, there's no argument,
but it doesn't matter.
He's been warned and he's out of the game. I'm with you, Rick. Why would he be trying to hit Tony Sanchez and Yachty with all the replays that we saw of the pitch that was up and into him? It was a pitch that got away. Same thing there with Axford. That pitch, though, the fastball.
Right. That one certainly hurt a little bit more, but there's Randazzo tossing it. I'm not trying to hit him. Why am I trying to hit him? I can read lips. That was pretty easy.
Look who's called to the pen. Last time we saw him, it was a start in a day game against Milwaukee and then went on the DL. And now a chance to work out of the pen for St. Louis.
And it's going to take him a while to get loose. He's not warming up. Axford got tossed. So he's going to get all the time he needs to get ready. And there are times where it takes him quite a long time to get ready, but it's 12-1 St. Louis. What a night offensively.
Mike Matheny ejected from the game as well, along with John Axford. So Westbrook in. The 0-1 pitch is a ground ball that's hit towards short. Out at second. No, thrown away. At least one run will come in to score. Nick Leyva, the third base coach, holds up his man at third. That's Sanchez. And that'll be an error on Pete Kozma.
I don't recall the last time Pete Kozma had a throwing error. And this one wide of Colton Wong. And I wonder whether Pete thought that Wong was going to come through the base instead of go to the backside of the base. That could have been a miscommunication between the two of them. And certainly not a good throw from Kozma. But I think he was thinking that Wong was going to do something different. That may be those two not spending a lot of time together, perhaps in the middle of the infield. But either way, Westbrook got what he wanted, but the result didn't happen.
Runners at second and third. Garrett Jones at the plate. The 0-1 pitch by Westbrook. Inside. Don't hit him. Dude, hit him. Really does, though, in all honesty, just take a different aspect of this game away from the pitcher, which is pitching inside. And if he's going to have any success, he's got to be able to do that. Ground ball that's hit to third. One away. As Jones picks up an RBI that scores Sanchez.
Not even just pitching inside, but you wonder about the home run that Molina hit. I had the thought at the time that, you know, the pitcher didn't mean to throw the one up and in on the slider clearly, but then he kind of guided that slider over the plate like, okay, I don't want to have it slip again, and maybe kind of just goosed it up in the middle of the plate, and Molina hit it a long way. I mean, instead of just throwing it and then maybe misthrowing it and having the same thing happen. It does take away a little bit of the aggressiveness, I would say, of a pitcher, whether it's inside or just kind of letting one loose. And I think Axford let one loose and just got away from it. Now, I could be wrong, but I believe that that's what happened with him. I don't think he was intending to hit Tony Sanchez. And I guess only he really knows.
Look at the numbers for Axford. A lot of appearances. Hasn't hit many. So in the case for the Pirates and the umpire, he can point to that. And not to say that, well, you got to go by those stats for sure, but it does at least lend itself to saying, well, guy has got pretty good control. One of your top guys got hit. It's retribution. Case closed. Move on to the next day.
I understand that. I'm still not buying it. I think there's when a ball gets
away
Rick,
from. You're supposed to be my partner in these telecasts.
I'm with you. I mean, I'm with
what
you.
The heck is going on?
I'm with you. I just don't agree with you.
All right. Hurtful. Can I just get you to play ball a little bit, will you?
There's a trajectory of a pitch that you're throwing at somebody on purpose with that looks different than one that gets away. That one looked like it just sailed in on him, and you can't do that on purpose, in my mind. If you're going to try to hit somebody on purpose, you throw right at him, and it starts out at him, and it hits him. But when the ball has that kind of trajectory, I believe that was just an errant throw. But you're still my partner, so
hang with him. I'm going to hang with you. It's all good. I agree with you. Watch this explode back.
Oh, you agree with me now. I like it. See, it just kind of goes. It just kind of has this.
Hold on here.
Well, no confusion with Tony Randazzo, that's for sure.
And really, no confusion with the letter of the law, which is
right, exactly.
Pitchers ejected, manager ejected. See you later.
Hey, that's right.
So 2 outs and a runner at third. And here is Josh Harrison, who's been a valuable guy for the Pirates. Can play the infield, the outfield, and hit high fly balls. Chambers back and runs out of room. That's a home run. Harrison. Third home run. And it's a 2-run shot to make it 12-5.
Pitch up in the zone. Chambers backing up, and no more room. Well, the Pirates not just laying down and going home. They're still swinging.
Yeah, Westbrook, first half of the season, didn't strike out many, didn't allow home runs. Felix, PA. And a ground ball slowly hit to the right side. It stays down for Wong, who flips to Adams. Cover the smooth and distinctive Budweiser Black Crown. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals had 9 consecutive hits to start the 7th inning. They batted around. The record, by the way, for the most consecutive hits in an inning, 11. That was set by the Rockies in 2010. But that was after they had 2 outs. So Farnsworth is into the ball game. We saw him pitch last weekend. Claimed off of waivers, went to the minor leagues. Still throwing hard. Kyle Farnsworth, the former Chicago Cub, and our Chevy calls of the pen.
Mentioned that Rockies game in 2010. We're trying to find out what the Cardinal record is. And I would have to think that may have broken the Cardinal record. And again, either way, it was fun.
John Jay, big night, on base 4 times, and now home plate umpire Tony Randazzo has to make sure that the new pitcher, Farnsworth, knows you have been warned. 1 pitch and 1 out. That's how we start the home half of the 8th. We talked about it last week. Farnsworth, I don't think you want to mess with him.
Exactly.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. First plate appearance for Shane Robinson. I still will always go back in the bench clearing brawl by the Cardinals and the Reds. Cueto and LaRue. Carpenter was right in the middle of things. Scott Rowland, Dusty. I mean, it was great. Now, my favorite part, though, was through it all and through the arms and legs and body parts. Jeff Suppan crawling out on his hands and knees and somehow getting through the wreckage. It's my favorite part of it.
Well, there was
There's
a lot.
soup.
Well, there was a lot of bad parts of it. So to have a favorite part, I mean, that was kind of an ugly incident. There's no question, but I remember that moment with Soup as well. Well, you're kind of in a vulnerable position. You just don't want to get blindsided.
And Robinson has an extra base hit. Down into the left field corner it goes. Cardinals, it has been double after double.
Nine extra base hits now for the Cardinals, right down the line.
Here's Adrian Chambers, the runner at second base.
Cardinals did have 9 consecutive batters get a hit in an inning in September of 2002 against Arizona.
And a fastball at 95 from Farnsworth.
And going back to 1974, which is as far back as we can actually get accurate records of this, the Cardinals have not had 9+ hits to start an inning until tonight.
So history.
Pretty fun.
Chambers fouls it back and lost his bat as well. So 1 out, runner at second base, no balls and 2 strikes. Adrian Chambers. On the air tomorrow, 5:30. 6:15 with the first pitch. Wainwright and Jeff Locke. How about Farnsworth? He's still throwing mid to high 90s.
Right.
Just a matter of trying to put it all together again. Strikeout of Chambers.
There's a saying you hear a lot in the player development world: you just don't give up on power arm. They're hard to find. Scouts all over the country looking for guys that can throw mid to upper 90s and that have a clue what they're doing with it. That helps.
Good luck. Right.
Well, that narrows, let's just say that narrows the universe down a bit. But when you've got somebody who kind of has a clue, and maybe you can refine and teach that secondary pitch and mean, you can't teach 95 miles an hour.
Two outs on Jake Westbrook. 1 ball, 1 strike. You'll be with Pat on the post-game show. And plenty to talk about. A lot of the highlights. With 2 runs in the first, 3 in the third, 7 in the 7th. One and two. Two and two the count with 2 outs. 12-5 St. Louis. Brian McCann, our producer tonight. Tom Mee, our director. Danny Martinez, Keith Oberman, along with Keith O'Brien, and the rest of our crew. Strikeout of Westbrook, and that'll send us to the 9th, and the Cardinals leading 12-5.
St. Louis coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Pat Paris will be with Ricky Horton. The Cards break it open with a 7-run 7th inning. They'll have the highlights. Joe Kelly keeps the Pirates stranded. They'll break down his night. Plus, someone's taken home a hungo. Cards with a nice lead. Dan and Rick, nice way to kick off a homestand.
It sure is, Jim. Thanks very much. 12-5 St. Louis, top of the 9th inning. And the Cardinals have certainly found their bats here tonight. 12 runs on 16 hits for the Cardinals. And the Pirates, with a 4-run 8th inning, have made it a bit closer. But Jake Westbrook has the 9th.
Rick will be on the post-game show coming up with Pat Paris. 12-5 in favor of St. Louis. And Gabby Sanchez will be the hitter. Outstanding pinch hitter for a number of years. And filled that role again with Pittsburgh. Jake Westbrook working in his 2nd inning. And that pitch taken for strike 1. Long night of baseball, but it has been enjoyed by the home fans. Fireworks coming up after the game tonight, so much of this crowd is stuck around. Just over 40,000 in attendance. Expecting a huge crowd tomorrow night. The Willie McGee jersey giveaway and a pennant giveaway coming up on Sunday. If you have a ticket for tomorrow, get here early. 6:15 with our first pitch. We'll come your way at 5:30. The 0-2 pitch. One and two. Jake Westbrook now pitching out of the bullpen for St. Louis. Spent a couple of stints on the DL. Here's a 1-2 pitch with the outfield straight away, and Sanchez is hit. That's a breaking ball. And no argument there from Sanchez as Westbrook is frustrated. Discretion of the umpire to throw him out. Clearly a breaking ball, not trying to hit him. And so Sanchez is the runner at first. Jordy Mercer. Westbrook has got a number of ground balls tonight. Needs one right here. He would love the double play. Cardinals with a right-hander getting loose in the pen. Jordy Mercer appeared at 42 games last season for Pittsburgh, but he has stuck around this year and showed it's pretty good pop. Shortstop with 6 home runs, 23 RBIs, and hitting .271 in 90 games, splitting time with Clint Barmas. One ball and 2 strikes. John Buck is moved to the on-deck circle. Picked up with Marlon Byrd from the Mets. We'll see him before this night is through. Three-two pitch and a strikeout of Mercer. One away. We turn to tonight's players of the game, presented by Budweiser. How about 4 of them? Matt Carpenter 2 for 3. John Jay 3 for 4. Holiday 2 for 4. Beltran 3 hits, double pair of RBIs. Cardinals had 9 consecutive hits in the 7th inning. Scored 2 runs in the first, 3 in the third, 7 in the 7th. Here's John Buck. Buck has 15 home runs this season. 15, with 9 of those coming in the first month. Line shot into center field. 2 have reached against Westbrook, and you know that the last thing the Cardinals want to do is go back in their bullpen. Here's Tony Sanchez with 2 runners on. Sanchez was hit by the pitch from Axford. Ball that got away. Axford immediately ejected along with manager Mike Matheny. Late with that swing. 27 hits in this ball game tonight combined. 16 for St. Louis. Strike 2 on Sanchez. Jam shot into right field. Nick Leva will hold up the runner at third, and the bases will be loaded. In on his hands and fought it off. Base hit into right. Here's Clint Barmes. The bases are loaded. And the first pitch is taken down and in. Joe Kelly, again, another good start for St. Louis tonight. Two balls and no strikes with the bases loaded. Now Tony Cruz out to visit with Westbrook. Let's try and record the final 2 outs. He would love that double play here. The 2-0 pitch. Taken for a ball, down and in. 3-0. Martinez getting loose in the Cardinals pen. He walked him. Walks in a run. And an RBI for Barmes, number 20. Cuts the lead to 12-6. Mike Eldretti is serving as the manager now with Mike Matheny ejected in this game. And he will go to the pen. Wanted to do was have to dip back into the bullpen, but with the bases loaded and the Cardinals leading by the score of 12-6. That's what they will do. And Martinez will try to get the final 2 outs. His record is 2-1. 15 strikeouts in his 20 innings of work. One more warm-up toss and Martinez will be set as we approach 11 o'clock here in St. Louis. What has been a fun night of baseball. Along with Rick Horton, Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin and our Fox Sports Midwest crew. So here is Garrett Jones with the bases loaded. 12-6 St. Louis. Cardinals hold on. They are a half game back of Pittsburgh for the NL Central lead. Cincinnati has already posted a victory. Strike one. Two. Three for 8 in this spot this year, Garrett Jones. Outfield deep straight away. The 0-2 pitch, Carlos Martinez. Fastball that's out of play. And we'll do it again. Here's the 0-2. Ouch. Jones will have to walk that off, and Tony Cruz out to visit with Martinez. Breaking ball and a called third strike. Nasty pitch there by Carlos Martinez. +40,000 on their feet. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Tabata looks at strike one. Fly ball into right. Robinson can't get there. One hops off the wall. 2 runs will score. And we have ourselves a 12-8 ball game. So a pair of RBIs on the double. It's hard to imagine that the Cardinals would have to go to their bullpen again and bring in their closer. But that's exactly what they're going to do, it looks like. That'll be it for Martinez. Got a strikeout. Into the bullpen they go, and Edward Mejica when we come back. This will be his 58th appearance. I'm sure he didn't have any thoughts of coming into this game with the Cardinals having had that big lead. But with 7 runs put up on the board here by the Pittsburgh Pirates in the last 2 innings, it's now a 12-8 lead for St. Louis, and Mejica has to get up, get loose, and now come in the game and record this final out. 16 hits for St. Louis, 13 on the night for Pittsburgh. Josh Harrison is 1 for 2 against Mejica, and remember, he homered last time up. Long night of baseball. Runners at second and third. Floats in there for strike 1 at 83 miles an hour. With a win tonight, the Cardinals pulled within a half game of first place. The 0-1. And a fly ball. This should do it. The Cardinals take it 12-8. 3 hours, 47 minutes. And the Cardinals win it by the score of 12-8 over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Long night of baseball. St. Louis a half game out. Cincinnati now 2.5 back. And the Cardinals have win number 81 tonight. Post-game show comes your way next.